The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello everyone, this is Women's Grandmaster Sabina Foisor, and I'm joined by
National Master Julian Proleiko.
Great to have you back, Julian. And we're here with the final round of the St. Louis Super Swiss tournament. Let's take a look at the results from last night. So yesterday was quite a tough round for everyone, but there were quite a number of draws. Christopher Yu was able to save his game against Swiercz, maintaining his lead with 5.5. On board 2, Grandmaster Raja Harshit drew against Nicolas Theodorou, both players with 5.5. Board 3 was also drawn between Vasilij Durarbayli and Mikhail Antipov. Brandon Jacobson won against Grandmaster Lazar Bruzon, putting him, that is Brandon Jacobson, with 5.5 as well, sharing first place. Grandmaster Yasser Quesada won his game against Kostya Kavutsky. Nyzhnyk drew against Var Akobian. Aram Hakobyan won his game against Gleb Dudin. Grandmaster Elshan Moradiabadi won against International Master Josiah Stearman. Irene Sukandar suffered a defeat against Brian Escalante. And Grandmaster Balaji Dagubati won against Maria Malichka, and Evan Park suffered a defeat against Grandmaster Fidel Corrales. Here's the second page of those results that you guys can see. It's a really tough tournament, but I think a lot of the players are possibly, some of them are excited going into the last round, and others well, they're happy the tournament is over, maybe.
Yeah, for sure, a very tough tournament. Let's take a look at the standings, because there are a lot of players tied at first place. I believe there are 5 players right now tied at 5.5, and Nicolas Theodorou has taken a bye to play for the St. Louis Archbishops in the Pro Chess League. So he will end the tournament on 6 points. The other players still fighting to try to achieve 6.5, and definitely the top 2 boards are the ones to watch out for today. So the tournament format is game 90 with a 30-second increment starting from move 1. It's a 9-round Swiss tournament, which means that the people within score groups play each other.
Yeah, but last round, we're into the last round. Today is the day. The round started at 11 a.m. We're getting in the transmission of the moves. Can't wait to get started on looking at the games. But we want to say that we're thankful for you being with us all this week long for the live commentary of the Super Swiss event. Don't forget that you can replay the games on Lichess, and you can follow us on YouTube and Twitch, and feel free to interact with us in the chat. And if you prefer to use a hashtag about the event, feel free to do so using the hashtag STLSuperSwiss. Thank you so much for being here, and welcome everyone. Let's get into today's pairings.
Let's take a look. So it's Brandon Jacobson on board 1 against Yasser Quesada Perez. On board 2, it is Christopher Yu against Raja Harshit. And those are our 5.5s, but don't forget about the people on 5 points, because if boards 1 and 2 make a draw, then those players will have a chance to tie for first place. So Elshan Mordiabadi on board 3 against Swiercz. By the way, what a matchup on board 3. Swiercz was in the Sinkfield Cup, and Elshan was in the U.S. Championship. It's a really tough tournament when you see those types of players on board 3. It is for
sure. And, and a few years back, actually, Elshan was the coach of the men's team in the World Team Championship 2019, and he was the coach, and Dariush was playing in that team. So that's kind of interesting.
A lot of history between those two.
For sure.
Yeah, and Brian Escalante versus Vasif Durarbayli, and Mikhail Antipov against Aram Hakobyan. And that finishes off our players that could possibly tie for first.
All right, so let's go into the second page too. Yeah, it seems like, as you said, Nicolas Theodorou is playing for the St. Louis team, the Pro Chess League. Hopefully he's doing well. You were checking some of those games before we went live. It's going to be interesting to see if any of the other players, the other 4 players, are going to be able to have a decisive result to take home this tournament, or if they're going to draw and then some people with 5 points are going to catch up.
Yeah, I'm torn because on the one hand I want to see decisive chess. On the other hand, I'm really thankful that Theodorou can play for our team. So I want him to tie for first also.
I understand. So I guess let's get into the games. Let's get into the game analysis of some of these players. Let's start with board 1. We already received some moves, so hopefully there will be no technical difficulties for this final round. Brendan Jacobson has the white pieces against Yasser, Quesada Perez, and what was this? Of course, everyone's going for the Catalan these days.
It's very trendy.
It's becoming more and more trendy for some reason, and there are various lines you can play, this being the main one, of course. But Bishop E7 was Black's choice. Bishop G2, Castle, Knight C3, and C6.
Knight C3 is very interesting, actually. So there's a lot of move order subtleties in the Catalan, but if you play the move castles, then the main move is D takes C4, and then here white usually plays Queen C2, but there's an older line, I think, which is Knight E5. And here black plays the move Knight C6.
Yeah.
And the argument is, if we go back to the position after Knight, so Knight C6, Bishop C6, you take a whole bunch, and then there's a bunch of theory here that eventually leads to some equal position.
Probably would take.
Yeah, take Queen A4 or C2. Probably A4 is more accurate than E5.
Try to get the pawn back. And
it's actually kind of inconvenient that white is already castled because your light squares are sort of weak. But if you play Knight C3 instead of castles, the point is if black plays DC4 here and you play the move Knight E5, then Knight C6 is an inferior move, and white argues that this is like an improvement.
Because you didn't castle, and you can somehow keep the king
Right, you can play Queen A4 here. And yeah, now E5, you just take it and take on C4, and you're more or less just up a pawn for very little compensation.
You might be able to even castle long. I don't know this position for white, but
yeah,
maybe you keep the king in the center. Maybe
sometimes they play F3, King F2 even. Yeah, this line is very fun for white. I've played this a few times myself.
Yeah, this is certainly one of the main lines, capturing in C4, regardless of what kind of move order white plays. I've tried it a couple of times myself. I know C6 is the other option that you can play, whether it is before castle or after. So the whole point is, in the Catalan, if you have this idea that you want to play C5 and give yourself more space, you can't do it too soon, because I think there are some lines where white ends up capturing here, and then you'll remain with an isolated pawn. If you take, there will be a capture. This is more like a Tarrasch, basically.
Right.
So, it transposes into a Tarrasch. And I think white usually has a more, easier position than black does. Sorry about that. Okay. So, but anyways, C6 was played here, and then castle, A5. So this is the current position. A5 is actually interesting. I lost the game very badly myself, but it was not... I think I played B6 here, and then my opponent played Queen D3, and then some E4 happened. I showed that in one of my previous streams. A5 is this move that you're wondering about, Julian, in the other game. What is going on with that move?
It's always this mysterious A5.
Yeah.
Here makes a little more sense to me, because it seems like DC4 will be stronger in a lot more lines, and B3 is a lot more likely to be played. But certainly, mysterious in a lot of positions.
Definitely mysterious. But sometimes you're trying to kind of secure this b4 square in a way, and you're waiting. It's like a nice waiting move that doesn't weaken your chain of pawns just yet. So now, for example, if white plays b3, I guess you would play b6, but you're just waiting to see where this queen is going to be placed, and you're waiting with the development of that
This
bishop.
position reminds me a lot more of like a Queen's Indian than a Catalan, to be honest with you. It gives me those sorts of vibes.
Yeah, but the bishop is in g2, so is that going to be affecting black at some point here or not? We'll have to wait and see. The moves we've received so far are until here, and it seems like Brendan is thinking, if the times are correct, he may have been surprised by this move because he's been spending quite some time on it, but let's hope it's not a technical issue.
Yeah, you never know these days.
I mean, it's there's a lot of things going on here in St. Louis. By the way, for those of you who are joining us just now and you're not familiar with this, we want to let you know that tomorrow the American Cup is starting. So that's going to be an amazing tournament. That's an eliminatory tournament, and it has an interesting format. There are going to be 16 players taking part in it, 8 in the male section, 8 in the female section, and there's going to be commentary by Okay, I'm told I should say the overall section. I apologize about that. The commentary team is formed by the awesome grandmasters Christian Kirilla, Yasser Serawan, and international master Huska Jovanka. So I hope you guys will be live for that. Will be joining us live for that event starting tomorrow too. So lots of things going on here. There's no rest day.
There's no rest day for even some of the players. Some of the players have played in both the Super Swiss and are going to play in the American Cup, like Alice Lee.
Yeah, and she's playing in the Pro Chess League this morning as well. So she's definitely not having much rest. Hopefully you guys will pick your favorite, and you'll be watching that event as well. But Julian, let's go on to see what's happening on board 2, because Christopher Yu has been also one of the leaders of the event. He's still leading, and he's playing against Grandmaster Raja Harshit. And they also decided to play a Catalan. Luckily, there's a change here, so we cannot say that one of the players is looking at what's happening on board 2. Actually, that happened to me one time. Someone was telling me that they were playing this game, and next to them, there were the people were kind of repeating. There was like a strong player on one of the boards playing with the white pieces, and the strong player with the black pieces. So the weaker players with the opposite colors, they were kind of copying what was happening on the other board. And I think one of those strong players went to the tournament director and asked to be moved because they didn't want a risk of.
So this literally happened to me.
It did.
So I was playing Grandmaster Vladimir Belus, and I had a student who was playing a 2100. Okay, my student was like 2000 at the time, and we're both playing white, and my opponent is Grandmaster Vladimir Belus, so I expect to get crushed, which I did. And my student's opponent was looking at my opponent's board just to see what moves he was going to play. And I was like, I don't care if I lose, but like this 2100 shouldn't be playing like Vladimir Belus.
Right.
So I went to the tournament director. I was like, can you move them? And they're like, I don't know.
So finally, did they move them?
So what eventually happened was my student figured out that I was going to get crushed and just decided to deviate. Which
I see.
Which was smart of him.
Okay.
Also, that student's name was Arjun, so shout out to Arjun.
Okay. Nice. That's a nice story. I don't think it's happened to me that happened. So I guess that's good. Yeah. I wouldn't want to have to go to the tournament director or the arbiter and tell them about this. I don't really like to complain. I complain anyways after the game on my own, so that people don't need to hear me being unhappy about something. So this was an interesting choice by Raja Harshit because he played bishop b4, check, attracting bishop d2, which he believes might not be the right placement for the bishop. And now he doesn't go into those lines with, a5 or anything like that, but he goes back bishop to e7.
Right. This is the line that I play.
And then bishop g2, and then supposedly this bishop is not very well placed. Eventually it will have to go somewhere else.
So like the big idea of this is if we start with bishop e7 instead of bishop b4, and white plays bishop g2, and we castle, and they castle. If we play the move c6, then white has the option of playing queen c2, followed by knight d2, and then e4 really fast.
Yeah.
And if you don't take, if you play bishop b4 check first, and they put their bishop on d2, it seems like we're wasting a tempo because we put bishop b4 to e7, but white's going to have to waste a tempo moving their bishop out of the way in that position, so we actually gain a tempo.
Because it was here, and yeah. And even if they do play knight c3 and queen c2 in that position here, so after castle c6, queen c2, something, even if they play knight c3, I think e4 push might still be an issue also. Is this an option in this position?
I actually play the move knight d7 instead of b6, just a preference thing, because if you play the move knight c3 here, then taking on c4 is a lot more reasonable.
Because you have also that option to protect. Or maybe b5, and then you didn't waste the time with b6. Move orders are important. You have to kind of think about them when you're deciding to play. And grandmasters kind of spend a lot of time deciding that. I've noticed from various people that I got the chance to ask how they do with their preparation. What is it that they do? Okay, let's move on to the game, which was b6, bishop g5. So Christopher did move his bishop, and now he's going to be delayed from playing e4. So let's see here after knight c3.
It's actually very interesting that Christopher chose the Catalan, because I don't really think of Christopher as a d4 player, much less a Catalan player. I think of Christopher as like an e4 player, where he plays like a lot of sharp stuff and like gambits and that kind of thing. So this is definitely an unusual choice for him.
This is interesting. Now Raja Harshit has been asked the question: is he going to play bishop a6? Is he going to stick to the normal lines with bishop b7 and just wait for... I don't know if these ideas with e4 are still things that you want to do immediately with white. You probably want to prepare it with rook d1 first.
Yeah. It's also curious. So I'm sure there's an immediate refutation to this, but what is wrong with the move d takes c4, for instance? I guess knight d2 is his point. And now c6 and c4 are hanging.
Yeah, because he played b6, so he has to give up one of those. Usually this is the one you give up.
I suppose white has a more pleasant position after knight takes c4. His pieces seem more active.
Yeah, and black is going to struggle to push this pawn, I think. A lot of the times in the Catalan, I've noticed people playing b3, bishop b2, but I think with the bishop here, what gets to be annoying a little bit is the fact that this bishop can get to f4. So whenever you think you're ready to go rook c8 and maybe queen c7 or something, or even rook c7 and then get your queen away from there, even queen a8 and then rook c8, you're going to have to deal with this move bishop f4, which will be unpleasant. So black might have ideas with potentially trying to trade that bishop by going maybe knight d5.
Yeah, I mean d6 could end up being very weak if you leave the bishops on the board.
I agree. So maybe this could work because we don't have... I mean, is this an option? Probably not, right?
Yeah, bishop takes...
I think the knight gets trapped.
Yeah, queen c... Oh, even queen b8, I guess.
I mean, maybe not. It's not over. It's not over until it's over, but I think that knight will end up being trapped. You have maybe...
Wait, but okay, actually, so instead of queen b8, can we go queen c7? Because I know I'm blundering my d5 pawn, but like knight takes, e takes, and then bishop takes. But queen takes b7, I don't think you should get enough here, like bishop takes c6, queen c7. I might just end up a piece.
Yeah, I'll have two pawns, but that's not sufficient.
Right.
Should not be sufficient.
Actually, you might be in danger of losing another piece here if you're not careful, right?
Yeah. I should take with the queen.
But that's no fun, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely not something that white wants to get into. But this is the current position that we have at the moment. And should we move on to the next board as we're waiting for more moves?
Sure. Ooh, so this looks like...
This looks very, very scary.
Yeah.
I don't know what's
Some
happening.
theory.
So Alshon went for e4. I'm amazed by this. I thought he was mostly playing d4, but I guess you always learn new things. So he does play e4 as well.
Like,
he does play.
Shouldn't you know?
I should know.
Plays, yeah.
I should know what he plays. I didn't know he was going for this e4. I thought he was going to go for d4. I guess he's in fighting mode. If he wins, he catches up with some of the people, depending what's happening on first board. So obviously this is kind of an important game for him.
In your mind, when somebody plays e4, is that like an indication they want to fight, or is it an indication that they don't want to fight? Because to me, when I play e4, it's because I want to make a draw.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I play d4, I'm trying to beat you. When I play e4, I want to trade all the pieces and make a draw.
I think it depends, because some players are all around like aggressive players, and I would feel that e4 is the kind of repertoire that's more aggressive than d4. There's a lot more lines in my opinion, but I could be wrong with d4, where you can just set a position that's going to lead to a potential draw, whereas for e4 I think you have more aggressive ideas, but that's just my opinion. I mean, it's probably because I'm a d4 player and I tend to believe that I'm more of a positional strategic player rather than attacking one. Every single time I try to be aggressive and attack, I probably overextended my position and I ended up losing or something.
Yeah,
I had
and
some
me
good
both.
wins. Yeah. I mean, I've had a brilliant win one time with e4 that was totally unexpected, and that was in the U.S. Women's Championship a few years back, where I had a bad tournament and I was playing against, eight-time women's champion, U.S. Women's Champion Nyzhnyk Rush, and I just wanted to play something that she wasn't prepared against, so I just prepared e4 the whole morning, and that's it. That's all the preparation that I did. And she was playing the Sicilian, so we kind of reviewed all the Sicilians, and then I ended up winning that game against the Sicilian, which it was just kind of lucky. I was winning. First, I messed up the opening. Of course, I did, because I wasn't familiar with some things, and then it happened that. I was totally winning around move 40 and I messed up, so I had to start my winning improvement. It was a queen's endgame, queen, pawn versus queen, and it was supposed to be a draw, but somehow I was able to win 100-something moves, 50-something moves.
Was that a record in the U.S. Women's Championship at the time?
It could have been. It could have been. I know the arbiters were not happy about it, because
arbiters are never happy when you go over. Yeah.
The game lasted so long, and I felt that I should have been winning. I just couldn't tell, and everyone after that was giving me a hard time, that how could you not see this move? It's so easy. Why would you even let her promote? All this stuff.
Everything is really easy when you're on the side and you look, and the engine tells you the answer.
Right,
but,
right. After a certain number of hours of play, and you don't know how much time went into the preparation and everything, you just don't know. You just don't know how to deal with things. But anyways, so that's the only time that I played e4, and I don't even know if I really wanted to win or how it was exactly, but I can tell you that it was totally out of the ordinary for me. So I don't know, maybe I'll do it again, but you definitely, I feel that you also
beware
need to...
Irina Krush.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough. She still has a lot of extra points in our matches. We've met so many times, and she's a good friend. So, and was my teammate for so many years. I mean, I was her teammate because she's still in the team. I'm not. But anyways, let's get back to this game and see. So Alshon went for this e4, and he decided to go into the Caro-Kann. Okay.
Short variation, yeah.
C4, knight c6. Okay, d4, queen b3. I guess this is still theory, but this could potentially be a new move, this knight a3. I see a lot of moves here continue with rook d1. So what are his ideas with knight a3 here? Going knight b5, knight d6.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty serious threat. Like black needs to respond to this right now. So I guess black is choosing between things like d3 and knight g6. Because you just can't, like if white moves again and white plays the move knight b5, I think white is winning.
So which one of these moves is going to be more unpleasant? And I wonder after d3, is it possible to
play
go
knight b5 anyway? Yeah. Could be.
I just don't think. I don't think this. I mean, we could sack the queen.
Yeah, I don't know. These sorts of positions could be like pretty good for white even. Like the king's pretty weak and you're kind of underdeveloped and b7 is hanging.
Yeah, that's not.
I don't quite trust it.
What about this?
Yeah, so the question is like, is this position down a piece like worth anything? So like rook e1, I guess you continue. You just play down a piece.
You could take an f7 as well, but I don't think it's necessary for white to rush. This knight is very unpleasant there because you can take in b7 too.
Yeah, also I was thinking after knight f7, black would play king c7, and b7 is now like defended. So if you play rook e1, there's no issue. Whereas if we had our knight on d6 in this position, like we play rook e1, king c7, we could take on b7 with the queen, which would be highly unpleasant for black, right?
When you
so if you play king c7 here with black,
if you play
then
king c7,
queen
yes,
b7
of course.
just
Yeah,
wins.
that would be game over. Yeah. So the king would have to stay there a little bit longer. We can develop this bishop to g5, grab this pawn, come on.
Now knight c7 is just knight f7 is just a threat, right?
Yep, for sure. I do like my knight there. I'm not so sure I want to move it just yet. I would rather just keep it a little bit longer potentially.
It feels like we have enough for the piece, right? Like the position looks pretty good for us, at least from a practical standpoint. Dealing with these problems with black cannot be super easy.
I agree. It's definitely a little bit scary here. But let's see, what about if he plays knight g6 to try to get this pawn? And now if you play knight b5, we'll take an e5.
I think if you play, well, okay. I'm always scared to take the pawn on e5 because
it opens up the file to the king.
But
well, there's
bishop c5 I always want to do, but I don't know. It's never super clear to me, these positions. I play the Caro, but I never played this line. It was way too sharp for me. Couldn't handle it.
I never understood when, grandmasters play both e4 and d4. I never understood based on what they decide which move to go with. I don't know if in the chat anyone was suggesting that d4 was more aggressive or e4 was more aggressive. Did anyone say anything about that?
Let us know in chat, although I have a suspicion that chat will say that e4 is more aggressive.
Yeah, because we said that too, so maybe they just agree with us.
We're leading the witness.
Or we're just starting a fight about this. I don't know, hopefully
it's okay,
no
we can start some fights over e4 and d4.
It seems like knight g6 was played in this position, and I do not know anything about what Elshan has prepared in this position. I actually do want to cheat a little bit and see what is the evaluation of this position. It says that black is slightly better. c4? Someone in the chat is like c4.
c4.
Okay,
none of the above.
Knight f3, because you can transpose into more things. Okay. Okay, we're being trolled.
So yeah, actually, I'm curious now that we have the engine on. After instead of knight g6, if black plays knight d3, was our piece sacrifice any good? And
Rook
probably
d1,
not. It's not. Oh no, knight b5 is we're
knight b5
winning.
is a move. Knight d6 check. Oh, sorry. So king d8, because we said that wasn't good. Okay, rook e1. Yep. Big advantage for white in this position.
We got something right.
That's right. That's good. But it said also that rook d1 was an interesting choice here as well. We didn't go back to double check if that was forcing I assumed it was fine to bring the knight to d6 because it's so unpleasant to have so many underdeveloped pieces and the king in the center that it should have been
What
enough.
move would Tal play? Would he play rook d1 or would he play knight b5?
Definitely knight b5.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely. But here, what the engine says, rook d1 or knight b5, both of them allow the capturing of the pawn here, and rook d1 is anyways a move that's going to be played. So the question is, and there were a couple of games played in this position, I'm pretty balanced. It does give a little bit of advantage to black, but I feel that it's...
So black needs to find f6 or he's much worse. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, is thematic, but at the same time, like, castling seems so natural.
Well, after f6, you are allowing to get into this position, which I don't know.
Yeah, you need to evaluate this properly.
Yeah.
But, okay, I guess it's up to Swiercz and Elshon to navigate those roads properly.
Yeah. And we'll have to wait and see and try not to get nervous for any of one of them. Let's go on to board 4.
So
Brian Escalante is also, and Vasif, they're both on 5 points, I believe, as well, if we can pull up the standings one more time.
Yeah, they are on 5 points.
They're on 5 points?
Yeah, for sure. Aram, Hakobyan, Mihail, and Tipov, 5 points. So if one of these players wins, they have a good chance of tying for first place. Because boards 1 and 2, everybody there is super strong, and it's very likely those games will end in a draw.
Yeah, so until board 5, we have to stay mostly on those 5 boards because most likely one of those players is going to be the winner of this event. And depending on the results on the first 2 boards, of course...
if you were to take a guess right now as to who's going to win the tournament, who do you think that would be?
I don't know. Maybe they would share first. I feel like there would be lots of draws on first 2 boards, and then everyone is going to share maybe 1-2 wins on board 4 and 3 and 4 and 5, and then
I've just learned there are no playoffs if there's a tie, which is just highly unfortunate. Yeah, but you know.
That's interesting. That's interesting. So I've heard people say different things about these playoffs. Sometimes I think for the fans, those playoffs are amazing because they get to root even more for their favorites. But then sometimes for the commentators, it's an extra work. I personally, and you know, I would love to do commentary for playoffs. I wouldn't mind it. I would be excited about it. But I know sometimes, you know, it is. You might think it's fun and all just doing commentary, but you are trying to think of the best possible moves each time. And when you're not using the engine, you're, you know, trying to calculate fast and bring all the action to the viewers. So I can understand commentators who sometimes say, oh no, playoffs. But personally, I'm all in for playoffs when they are there. It's extra.
Think of the commentators.
Well, next time if you hear a commentator who is not excited in doing that, hire us. We'll be happy to.
I want to see playoff between like anybody who wins this tournament. It would be crazy. Everybody in this tournament crazy strong. If they make it to playoffs, that would be super exciting.
I mean, there were so many grandmasters that were playing in this tournament, and they had some decisive games against each other. They had some tough games. Sometimes there were saves, the grueling, I guess, comes to an end after this round for them. But we still have this round. So let's enjoy it while it lasts.
E4 game, I think.
Yes.
Oh,
no,
Elshon.
Elshon.
Yeah, this is our first Sicilian.
This is the first Sicilian of the day. The other one was a Caro. So let's see. Okay.
Bishop E3.
The Najdorf. Bishop E3.
With
okay.
knight f3.
So I started looking into this a little bit, but I don't think I'll ever play it. I'm too scared. I need to be less fearful at some point. So for those of you who play the Najdorf, one thing I learned myself, and I'm happy to share, I'm sure you might know a little bit more, Julian, But against this move and this move, you don't go for e5. That's one thing. So if you're learning the Najdorf, don't go for e5 if white plays one of those two moves.
It's true.
I did it a couple times on stream, and I lost. Well, I was lost, probably. I was able to swindle my opponents, but that's something to remember, that you don't play e5. In this line, you can go for e5. In fact, the whole point of the a6 is to play
it might be worth point out the reason why.
Yes.
So if you play bishop g5, e5 is an inferior move to e6 because the knight is pinned on f6 and the d5 square is super weak. Something like knight f5 even could be pretty strong.
And then the point is that now with the knight here, if you go bishop e7 to untie yourself, you can just...
Yeah, probably lots of things win, but knight g7.
Anything wins. Anything should win. So you cannot do that in this case.
Yeah.
Against bishop c4, if you go for e5, this bishop is typically open. And again, you allowed this move, and the bishop has control over the square. So depending on what move order you're playing with black, you could play e5 or not. If you want to play e5, you probably should go for other move orders.
It's important understanding the downside of e5, and the downside is it weakens the d5 square pretty significantly.
Yes.
And both bishop g5 and bishop c4 are aimed at the d5 square, so e5 is not to be recommended against those moves.
All right.
Yeah.
That hopefully summarized the reasons, and you guys can look more into it if you want to play that Najdorf. It's gonna take you quite some time to memorize all this line, so good luck in doing it.
Good luck.
Bishop e6. All right, so capture in e6 was the choice. I thought bishop e3 was more natural, but maybe black is going to get ready to play d5 eventually. Maybe. I don't know. Castle.
Yeah, I think in this line, black
After bishop e3?
Yeah, I think black mostly tries to occupy the c4 square with his knight eventually. So you castle, go knight d7, rook c8, b5, knight b6, knight c4. If you get all that in, you're pretty happy, but obviously white is going to try to stop you from doing
of course, and
all
then
that.
There's pressure here, and then, it takes some time. I think sometimes a4 might be a move as well for white to stop you from putting the queen in d3 to protect e4, coming on the d5. Anyways, but this is reminiscent of my game against Irina, just that I had a queen here and I was able to go and attack her pawn.
Oh, that seems pretty cool.
I know, I know.
I wish I could do that right now.
I know, just I wish this move existed. You could just, one time in the game, you could just take any piece from wherever it was and place it wherever you wanted. And then, that would be great, but no.
We'd be playing a different kind of game.
We'll invent another variant where that would be possible, but for the moment we have to stick to chess. Chess rules, queen f3, knight c6. Oh, he brought it there.
Oh, look,
see,
hey,
look at that.
He was inspired.
I predicted. He just, brought the queen. I mean, that's weak, right? So anytime you see some piece that happens to be weak, well, not a piece, a pawn that happens to be weak in the opponent's territory, especially if it's double. It's always, if it's double pawns, it's always the one behind that tends to be weak. It's just not easy to attack it. But this is a nice, maneuvering.
Once you said queen h3, it was all about queen h3. It's I don't know how I want to do it, but I want to do it.
Well, he did it. He seems to have done it as well. So queen h3 went back, but okay, now black has managed to defend, and somehow he will try to find a way to chase you away, though you might not need to leave, considering that that pawn will be pinned. So black will have to castle too and try to make your knight go away. Definitely long castle, which Brian has played here. h6 and now bishop b6. I like this move, bishop b6, because there's no threat on the knight, like I said already. And now he's just trying to make sure he's somehow stabilizing a little bit the pawn structure.
You're also threatening bishop takes d8 here, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. You want to take, and then this pawn is weak. Looks like there were quite a number of games that were played in this line, so it might still be in theory. Castle, bishop takes, and now you have to take the knight. So what?
It makes sense, right? I mean, if you take the bishop on d8, then
I don't even know with which piece, because
yeah,
you're gonna lose an exchange.
Yeah, if you
Or
take
with the bishop, I guess.
if you take with the bishop, then like queen
Maybe
takes
queen
e6, queen takes e6, knight takes e6. This looks pretty bad.
Very bad for poor black.
Yeah, I mean, positionally you're worse, and also you're down a pawn.
Yep.
So white has the pawn and the compensation.
So he took in g5, which makes sense. Bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, and now he's going for that pawn. So we got a few weaknesses for black here. e6, I wouldn't consider this a weakness anymore because it seems impossible for white to reach it. So that's why I've highlighted the other pawns. Okay, we can, leave those as red because they might be weak but unreachable. But these two pawns, g5 and d6, are weak and reachable. This move, however, might not be possible because some knight g4, and then black gets to attack f2 as well. White will have to find the right way to get this queen back into the game without allowing some kind of knight g4. So maybe queen d3 at some point, and then f3, h4?
So I see on your screen that in this position, white has scored quite poorly. Black is winning a lot of games, but
after queen g3.
Yeah, intuitively that doesn't make a lot of sense to me because I like white's position. It seems like white doesn't have a lot of weaknesses and black does. So I would definitely prefer to play white here if I had to choose a side.
Yeah, I think the problem is that if you could do whatever you wanted with white from a positional standpoint, if this position was totally statical, I think white was definitely much better. I would simply go queen g3, like I said, and then h4, or f3 first if I needed queen g3 and h4. But I feel that black has some ideas too. If this queen gets to be moved from here, there's knight h5, knight coming to f4. When you go h4, I want to play g4 to keep the h-file close. So I think you still have to consider tactics and calculate things. It's not totally up to just white to do whatever they wanted. And then, of course, black has to put some pressure on this side of the board, probably while rook and c8, pushing these pawns forward. I'm thinking, I don't know if that's...
The worst placed piece for white is definitely the knight on c3, I think.
You think the knight? I think the queen is very annoying here at this point.
Well, I mean, the queen can change pretty easily, but I shouldn't say the worst placed piece, the worst piece on the board. If we were to trade knights right now, I think white would be
much better. I agree.
Much better. Whereas, if we trade queens, do I really think that helps white? I mean, maybe, because d6 becomes weaker, but I would be happier about a knight trade, I think.
I agree. If that would be possible, yeah, that could be good for white. It's going to be hard, though, to imagine how that knight is going to be traded, however.
Yeah.
So let's see. So rook d2 was played to protect f2 so that he can move his queen and get to play h4, I think. That's the reason. So b5, of course, black has to hurry. Queen d3 with tempo, and now b4 was played. No, knight g4. I guess it doesn't matter now, knight g4, because we're protected, so we can just move the queen.
Yeah, maybe to b6. Maybe that's smart.
Here?
Yeah, I want to take your d6 pawn, and I also want to keep an eye on the f2 pawn.
I'm not sure. I'm just going to give up some pawns here. Would it be too much?
Yeah, I mean,
Would it be too much to try?
I will take your d6 pawn.
You take d6, not a6. I thought you'd go for a6.
Nah.
You think this is good?
I want to see what
You're
happens.
giving me some counterplay here.
Oh, for sure. So
I know you're getting some on the pawns, but...
Yeah, rook e6. Oh, yeah, knight e3. Actually, maybe this isn't.
Not yet. I also have this move at some point.
Yeah.
This is complicated for sure.
I think you should play knight e3 right away, though, because if you don't, then I'll play knight d5, in that position.
After rook e6?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that move. That was unpleasant.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely black has some ideas, too.
He does, but you can actually... You can still play here. You can still play.
Yeah, rook
because
c2
if I take, now you got some
Yeah.
pieces hanging, so you have to go back, and that end game, again, has to be evaluated more in depth. But b4 was played here, not knight g4. I feel, by the way, in that line that I suggested, I feel that I could take here first, unless this is scary.
The reason why I wasn't so sure was I thought that, yeah, you might try the move b4 and then just rook a8 back and take my a2 pawn. And I wasn't 100% convinced I was doing okay there.
I think knight g4 is scary. It is very scary.
Yeah.
Maybe queen g3, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe this is just an attraction kind of move. And then he keeps the queen close by because now if you go, for example, rook f4, we'll play h or f3, chasing that knight back. And then you have to go to h6 or else we could capture.
You might even try h4 here.
h4 directly because the knight blocks so you don't have that move, sure.
Right.
Sure.
I mean, if we could win on the h file, that would be nice.
I agree. So this is a little bit scary. Okay, so b4 was played, knight to d1 to protect here, but this move is going to stop this rook from coming into play.
Yeah, I think knight d1 is the most natural move because you don't want to play knight b1. That would be a pretty awful
No, I was thinking maybe knight a4
position.
and b3 and just kind of keeping things more.
That's true, but it also like the knight from d1 can go to e3, whereas like the knight's future on a4. I mean, I guess it can go to b6 and c4 later, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was more of a choice.
Okay, so let's see. This game has changed quite a lot. Now black has the center, but those pawns are hanging and potentially weak. This knight can come to play this way. There's obviously a threat, which white decided to stop with queen g6. And the question is, how do you stop the knight from being brought to the attack? We also have these ideas. And we also have these ideas. I have so many ideas for white. I need to start thinking for my opponent. You know, that when you have a position where pieces are not ready to be traded, you have the tendency to just think about yourself, what you want to do. I think it's a human thing. We are
I think
built
it's just
to
a sign
think.
you're wanting to play chess. You're like, yes, give me this position. I want to play all these moves.
I know.
Let me at them.
Yeah, and then the other side is like, really? Because I think black is so much better in this position. Sure, make your moves.
Yeah. We flip the board, then you're like, give me the black pieces. I'll get them somehow. I'll figure it out.
I'm just a little bit worried here for white because I see this move that scares me for a little bit. I could, you know, get scared easily, but maybe, I don't know, you have to go king b1. And now...
Yeah, I think you do have to be...
TBD.
Yeah. I think you do have to be a little concerned about your center here, though, with black. Make sure that you're not, like, rook e1 doesn't come with f4 and some undermining. I would be afraid for both sides.
It's hard to evaluate for me, this position, because, you know, after I played d4, I am kind of restricting your knight here. But in the same time, I'm weakening e5, indeed, because, you know, when you have hanging pawns, you don't want to push them forward too much, especially not like this, to give the opponent a chance to block them. So, but there are also ideas like this that come to mind, and so many ideas for both sides. Yeah, this remains an interesting game that we'll certainly spend quite some time on.
Luckily, this is what happens when, like Brian Escalante, very strong international master, I'm sure he's trying to become a grandmaster, plays against somebody who's 26-35 and basically just wants to beat him with the black pieces.
Brian is quite young too, right? He's or no?
I mean, he's probably like my age.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know if you consider that to be young. I don't really anymore.
Well, compared to me, yeah, this is like young, but okay. All right, so let's catch up with board 5 as well, because this is another important game for potential catching up in the standings. So we have Grandmaster Mikhail Antipov against Grandmaster Aram Hakobyan.
Yeah, board number 5, 2 2600 grandmasters playing each other.
4 knights and h3.
Wow.
Wow, this is. I feel that maybe this is just a decision to get out of all kind of theory, because if I'm not mistaken, Grandmaster Aram Hakobyan is pretty well booked on a lot of things. So maybe white is just trying to get him out of his
Yeah.
knowledge and just play something.
I think people have been doing everything in the 4 knights. Like every single move you can think of, they play. Like
Yeah.
obviously d4 is the
No,
main
bishop
one.
b4, bishop b5.
Bishop b5 is more common, I guess, slightly. But d4 is the one that I see the most often.
I agree.
But so bishop b5, d4, but they also play a3. You know.
Yeah, that's and g3. I see here.
And g3.
Wow.
I've played g3 before. I think they literally play everything under the sun in this 4 knights position. I think the main point with these h3 and a3 move is you're hoping that black plays something like bishop c5, which should not be advised because white will have the trick knight takes e5.
Yeah, and he controls that square, so.
Yeah, this should lead to, I think, a better position for white.
Yeah.
At least slightly.
And this is not the Halloween gambit. That would be
No.
here, this one.
Oh, they also play the move knight takes e5. I forgot about that.
I totally forgot about the Halloween gambit until one of my students shows me this, and he's not very high rated, but he's gotten into theory a little bit, and he tells me about the Halloween gambit, and I knew which one it was, but I kind of forgot. And then he's like, "Oh, your opponent just blundered, knight takes e5," and then he's like, "No, Sabina, this is the Halloween gambit," and I was like, "Oh, right, yeah, that's what I meant."
Now, by the way,
it was morning, so
both of your statements might be correct. His opponent might have blundered, and this is also the Halloween gambit.
Yeah, so we don't know, but this is actually tricky because if you run the engine, what are you gonna do? Knight g6, and then this is the best thing that you can do to go with your pieces back. I don't know what color you would rather get here, white or black.
I mean, in classical, to be honest, I'd rather be black. I'm just greedy. I want to have the pieces. In blitz, though, I mean, it's so much more fun to play white in blitz.
Is it?
Yeah, do whatever. Just sack all your pieces.
This is something I'm gonna do on Halloween. So let's wait. We'll have to wait a bunch of months until then. But listen, it's interesting. But okay, at their level, I'm pretty sure they would not want to test this out in the final round when they have the chance to catch up with the leaders. And let's see if our team can pull up the prize fund so that we can remind everyone what the players are playing for in this tournament. Coming right up. All right, $25,000 is the prize fund, and there are 20 prizes. 6,000 goes to first, 4,000 to second, 3,000 third, 2,000 for fourth, and 1,500 for fifth, and so on. You guys can see the prizes. Actually, I forgot to ask whether, and maybe we'll be told, whether the players share the prizes if they share. I think they share them.
Yeah, so they'll be added up and evenly divided between the players, which means, by the way, that if somebody wins the tournament clear first on boards 1, and 2, there could be quite a difference between first and second place. It's not going to be 6,000 versus 4,000. It'll be 6,000 versus 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,500 divided by 4.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So they will
big pay difference.
That's right. So everyone is, I think, trying to do their best in the final round. It's always nice as well to finish the tournament with a win, if you could. That's whether you had a good or bad tournament. It's nice to finish on a positive note, but unfortunately, it's not going to go for every player here. So we'll have to wait and see. But let's catch up with this game.
Yeah, I was going to say something about this position. Instead of d5, I think I understand the point of h3. Like if you play d4 with white instead of h3, right? So then takes bishop b4, and then knight c6 bc, bishop d3 castles, and then I believe it's castles d5, something like this. So
castles e5.
Castles for
white.
d5 take. White has this move bishop g5, right? But if we reverse the colors here, if we go to the game, what h3 is all about is if black plays d5, which I believe he has in the game.
Yes, he has.
Then we
can
take
get the same
thing, but bishop g5 at the end of this line. So now white is playing with the black pieces and black is playing with the white pieces. But bishop g5 is no longer going to be possible. So white just has this really nice center that he can try to use to his advantage.
Right. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice show there, Julian. I like that. And that's why you have to know your move orders and you have to know positions with both white and black pieces. Even if you don't play those things, you kind of have to know them because you don't know when it might benefit you to get the position with the reverse color that's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, transposing those ideas is almost more important than like just knowing them for the side.
Right. Yeah. So this is the current position that the players have reached at bishop d3. And okay, I prefer white in this position. I think white's doing quite well. I don't know if black will ever have some sacrificial ideas in h3. I love this bishop.
Yeah, I like both the bishops where they are, and I think that white would have a huge advantage if you give him like just one more turn to play c4.
c4. Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering what white's going to do about knight b4 though. That's the only.
I was thinking b5, but it could be too soon. Knight b4 here.
So are we going bishop e4 here? Because then black, it looks like positionally bad to play f5, but I am trying to win your bishop. But maybe it's not worth it. Like f5, then I go back, and then you've created like this big weakness on e5 that I can try to take advantage of long term. Maybe this is the idea. And we get c4. Yeah, I actually really like white here.
I think, however, the black should play this move, b5, to stop that. Although, what's gonna happen if you still play maybe a4? Yeah. Try to get rid of that pawn and then go c4. This is gonna be a definite and interesting.
A fight for sure.
All right, well, the position is here, guys. We're gonna take a short break and we'll be back. Stay close. I was like...
Launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March.
Hi everyone, we're back with the final round in the St. Louis Super Swiss. I'm Women's Grandmaster Sabina Foisor.
I'm National Master Julian Proleiko.
And let's get back into the action of the final round. If you guys remember, before we went on break, we talked about the standings. Let's see if you guys can remember who are the top players. The ones sharing first prizes.
It's Yasser Quesada Perez, Christopher Yu, and Nicholas Theodorou and Brandon Jacobson going into this round with 5.5 points. And also Raja Harshit going into the round with 5.5 points. Unfortunately, or fortunately for St. Louis, unfortunately for Theodorou, he had to take a bye to play in the Pro Chess League for us, but we won. So thank God he did. He pulled through. So he will end the tournament on 6 points. The other players still have the ability to achieve 6.5 points, although maybe some of the games are becoming pretty solid and likely to end in a draw.
It's possible there will be draws, and then we will have a lot of winners for this tournament. There's not going to be any playoff, so the players will share the prizes. So for this board number 1, Brandon Jacobson was playing against Yasser Quesada Perez, and we saw that they went into a Catalan, and then we stopped around here at this move a5, actually, and then rook e1, knight d7, and in this position, after knight d2, as Brendan Jacobson was getting ready to prepare for an e4, his move was met with e5, a very interesting counter in the center that seems to be giving up a pawn, but I don't think it does, because black is taking advantage of the fact that white moved with the knight from protecting the pawn. The knight also blocks the queen from protecting d4, so now if you say, oh, I'm winning a pawn with c takes d5, no, you're not.
Yeah,
Because
actually,
of this move.
who's winning a pawn here?
Yeah, this
might be black.
No, I think maybe we can. No, we cannot really go for this line. This is very messy.
Yeah, takes on d2 and e1 is hanging with check, so you don't have time.
Yeah, so you lose way too much material, way too much. So you definitely don't want to get into this position. So obviously, after e5, white somehow had to capture here, but this allows black to get his knight out, open up the bishop, and now the fact that black didn't play b6 can be a helpful tool, because the bishop will get out on this other side of the board, and he hasn't really weakened his queen side. C takes d5. Okay, so black now has an isolated pawn, but he has his bishop opened, and I think black's development is slightly faster than white's.
Yeah, and also a lot of pieces have been traded. So it continues, knight of 3 takes, and
Bishop b6.
Yeah, a lot of the pieces have been traded, which usually benefits the side playing against the isolated pawn, because the side with the isolated pawn wants to like attack and checkmate, whereas the side without it wants to target the isolated pawn and eventually win it. So probably white is slightly for choice here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that white can play this move bishop d4, because now he's attempting to trade one more minor piece, and if that's going to happen, all white has to do, at least in theory, is triple on the d-file with the 2 rooks in front of the queen, which is also known to be as Alekhine's gun idea, the 2 rooks and the queen last, and then preparing for a d4, taking advantage of a potential pin on the d-file as black sets up their pieces to protect the isolated pawn, and then white is set to win a pawn, after which, of course, the game still goes on, but that's going to be a little bit unpleasant for black, so black will have to defend.
Yeah, 4v3s are usually not losing if it's a pure rook endgame, but with the extra A and B pawns on the board, it definitely provides white like extra winning chances in those types of positions.
Yeah. Well, we've seen yesterday, I think it was Brendan Jacobson yesterday morning, where he saved rook endgame, right? So he's used to those, most likely, with the white or with the black pieces, or with the disadvantage or the advantage, but I think he's definitely going to continue pushing here, although black is going to try to find some kind of counterplay on the queen side, potentially. Because now you cannot go rook c1, obviously.
Right.
There's going to be a capture, and you lose a piece, or, right?
It's check on u1. Yeah. Also, yeah, down a lot of material.
Yeah, I just want to say that that's not a good move, clearly.
Yeah.
So now with white, we need to think how we're going to approach this position, because black may want to trade and get active on the second rank to get some kind of activity, as I mentioned, on the queen side in a way, or rook c4 is also kind of unpleasant. So how is white going to meet those moves? Either bishop takes d4 or rook c4. I don't think b3 is something you want to play, maybe queen d3.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. My first instinct was queen d2. I'm not sure why. I think the reason was I was attracted to the idea of playing like bishop f6 and queen a5 at some point. But here it's not so good because b2 is hanging at the end. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
when he recaptures, that pawn will be. But you have rook b1 and b7 is hanging too. So, but you don't want to make as you mentioned earlier, you don't want to make trades of these pawns in these types of positions. You typically want to have those pawns later to kind of combine the attack on the isolated pawn and then either queen or king side attacks. Typically, they do a king side attack, create some more weaknesses on the king side, and then if black sets up the best defense for the isolated pawn somehow in a lateral fashion, it's going to be difficult though here.
Yeah.
To
What's fun? Now this isn't like possible at all in this type of position, but I found that this type of position is pretty good for white if you can have opposite bishops. Like if you trade the dark square bishop for the light square bishop, like that's always super unpleasant dealing
That's right.
with. Yeah.
I think there's a famous Kasparov or Karpov-Kasparov game where he ended up winning with some attack on the king side in such a position. It's one of their games of the match. I'm terrible with remembering numbers of games. Maybe you know.
Yeah,
you're familiar
I
with
don't
that game?
remember the number
Okay.
in the game. I think I do know what you're talking about though. But yeah, certainly white's the one for choice in this position, I think.
This is the idea as well. We could go rook c1 if we try to avoid letting them double up on the c file, but
Right.
I would play here if I were black to force you to make up your mind whether you'll trade or go e3. But if you go e3, we'll trade and no more isolated pawn. So you're kind of forced to capture. Let's see what's happening in this position.
Yeah, so queen b2, I guess rook b1 is the intention.
Which rook?
A
A probably.
I was thinking A, yeah.
The queen will have to go back somewhere, and then could we go even here maybe? I would be happy with black to trade a couple more pieces.
Yeah, take b7, you want rook a8 or rook a3.
I have to be careful. I have to be careful here because my back rank is something I have to deal with. I got a pawn down right now. I need to get it back.
Yeah, I guess the goal is to trade the d pawn for the a pawn and try to play this 4v3.
Yeah, this move doesn't actually have a threat. I mean, because, you know,
Yeah,
there's check, and then you put something back, and then in the end you're going to lose that pawn, and white is definitely pressing here. That is for sure. Someone was asking exactly this line, I believe, or something different. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, queen takes f, queen b2, bishop.
He
Bishop
must
takes
mean d5, yeah?
Oh, he wants to take in d5 here.
Yeah, after queen b2. That is possible, but I don't really like putting my pieces like in touch like this. Like b6 now needs to be calculated, right? Like the queen and the bishop have a bad relationship. You have to stay there.
Now you're in trouble. You might want to sacrifice the queen for some pieces. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. Plus, I think in general, if you were to choose between winning the d5 pawn and the b7 pawn, you would prefer to win b7 because d5 should be a little weaker.
Yeah, and not just that, you're also creating a pass pawn for yourself, so there's no point in not doing that first. It makes more sense to take this pawn first. So, yeah. Okay, so we need to come up with something different here for black, but...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we
I
just...
like your move queen d2, by the way, because that was the move you're looking at. Maybe not rook c4 for black. I mean, obviously you have a threat. I thought going into that line was fine because black was getting rid of some pieces. He was trading off some pieces, but giving up material doesn't seem to be the right thing to do. So we need to change that a little bit, maybe.
Maybe black can just play like h6 here or something. Just solve his back rank issues, and then try to play the position like if you this
the
line
same as before.
The same
line?
as before, but now we don't have the same back rank issues.
Okay.
So here and then, if we're trying to make some kind of let's say queen c2, because my intention is to meet rook b7 with rook a8. You have
But I
rook
have this
a7
move.
here, but I can take maybe, and then take and go queen d2 followed by d4.
d4 maybe, yeah, I saw that. I would rather not give up a pawn unless I'm forced to, Because this already puts you in a slightly worse position and you have to find the moves to get your pawn back, and if you don't, then you stay with material disadvantage.
That is certainly
So unless
true.
it's forcing, unless we have nothing better to do, I would rather not give up that pawn. I don't think black is desperate to necessarily have to make that decision. I also could technically just take here if I wanted to, right? Since you already moved the queen. And now I could go maybe rook c4.
Yeah, so queen d2 back, I guess, is...
Yeah, so, but now at least, you know, you don't have pressure on my pawn and I can try to come up with a way to get in my rook. I did like your h6 idea. Obviously, I'll have to meet this rook c1 with something. But, okay, there was a move, so I guess the players saved us from this difficult thinking process. So Brendan decided to capture this bishop in f6, queen takes, and now probably he's thinking queen d2. It might be more forcing than the line we're thinking at.
Yeah.
No, queen b3 was his choice.
Ah, okay.
Okay, this I don't like. First of all, you know, I know he's a grandmaster and everything. I'm allowed not to like some of his moves, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll not get, you know, negativity for that. But I like the queen here because when you only have one bishop left, you're supposed to place your queen on the opposite color to control more squares. But
Yeah.
he's...
So intuitively, I like really hate putting my queen on the same diagonal as my opponent's bishops. It just like gives me this bad feeling, you know.
I know.
So-
I was just really surprised of his choice, queen to b3 here.
Yeah, Brandon has a very like combative style, and I'm sure that this is based more around calculation than anything else.
Something that we missed for sure. But I don't know. He's attracting black to go d4 or something?
Yeah, I couldn't say. Queen d2 is queen b3 is definitely not what I would have done with the position, but
Let's check it. Let's check it. Let's see. What does the engine like? Wow, the engine actually likes bishop takes d5, which surprises me.
Queen d2 better than
It's-
queen b3.
By 0.1 for now. For now, it could change. It could change in a couple of seconds. Oh no,
no,
no.
queen b3, queen d2.
0.1.
Both 0.1.
That's
Unclear.
okay. All right. Well, he's got something going on here, but bishop takes d5. We didn't consider that. We didn't get the chance to consider because I saw a move was played, so I was trying to catch up with the game.
Yeah.
But bishop d5,
So against rook d8, we're going e4.
E4. I guess. Which rook though?
And then we will have the isolated pawn.
Yeah.
Eventually.
But which rook?
Probably the one at f, right? Rook on
In some situations there would be a check there. That's why I was still not sure. So obviously.
So what, queen takes, or you want to do this first?
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. You don't want to do that?
I
take
wasn't sure.
first?
Yeah, I was thinking queen takes b2 first. But actually, no, I like your idea better because I guess the point was if I do this, you have rook b1 here and a2 is still defended. Whereas
Yeah.
if we had already traded, a2 would not be defended. Everything you said just like came together. So the line is takes, queen takes b2, rook b1, queen a2. Then rook takes b7, queen d5, and then finally you show the point,
exactly.
rook e8.
See, that's what I'm saying. You always have to double check these things
Yeah.
when it's about bringing a rook. You
So
know?
if we start with the other rook, maybe we're like super smart.
I mean, you don't need to make this move,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, we could play
you
rook takes d5,
You can
yeah.
do this. Yeah, but how good is it? Is it really good?
It could
Or
be.
is it just tricky good? No, and
Yeah.
luckily you can move the rook. That's your luck.
They call me a luck box. What can I say?
I was trying to come up with some ways to get to the back rank or here, but obviously, you know, the queen protects f7. So now white is a pawn down. I don't know what we did with poor white's position. Come on. What's going on? He just took a pawn. Where did those two pawns go away that fast? How did that happen?
Yeah, so
Okay.
what's
So
happening?
probably
You have to play
this is
something
the
smarter.
yeah, you have to go. I mean, I'm going there.
Okay. So
I
if
mean, I have to utilize that pawn
right.
as well as I can. So we still don't know which rook is better, and it's always very hard because when you're doing analysis, you can always go back and be like, oh yeah, I put the wrong rook. Let me go back and switch, and we can have the exact same line. But when you play, that's it. You made the move. Done. If you chose the wrong one, well, that's your bad luck, and you have to deal with that and come up with something better to improve the position.
The best is when you're analyzing with really strong players and they just like change the rook. They don't even like,
they don't even tell you. They're just like, oh, I could have done this, and you can't even tell them. Let's go back. By the way, maybe I don't play this. You have to kind of go with the line, and you have to agree with what they said, that they were right. And
terrible.
Yeah. You got no choice. You got no choice. That's why you need to keep analyzing so that you improve your level, and that way they can't trick you with that. So, of course, I'm just kidding, because a lot of strong players, when you analyze with them, I think are very nice. So it's fine to go back and forth. In fact, that's how a good analysis is really done, when you get the chance to switch things.
So we've looked at this game a lot. Do you want to take a look at the other game?
Yeah. So let's see what Christopher Yu is doing in his game against Raja Harshit.
Yeah, where did we leave this last?
We're quite behind around here somewhere, I think. We saw this move. And a similar idea in both games, this idea with knight d2. Just here, Christopher played this move after black captures, so now this e5 move is not a possibility like in the Jacobson Quesada game. So here knight d2, trying to get the pawn. Black is holding on to the c4 pawn, giving the c6 one. And okay, an unusual move, but kind of only move probably in that position to keep the bishop protected. Bishop b2, and I think I know this line. I don't know why. Is there theory still here? No. But why would I know this line? Because I wouldn't know too many. I don't play this line, so
it similar
to something. To something.
There's some closed line where this happens, but I don't.
Yeah, but white usually, I think white takes there, black takes here, and then there's a check or something, and then you take that, and it's possible that your queen gets trapped. There's a line.
Okay. Yeah.
But this is a little bit different. So now white has a threat of potentially trapping their queen with rook d1, bishop f4, or not? No, could you go here?
I mean, it doesn't trap your queen, but it's probably pretty good for white, right? So whether you trap the queen or not, I prefer white in that position.
Yeah. So black is retreating. Obviously, you don't want to trade with white because this knight is badly placed. So a trade would help black develop the knight. Queen to c2, knight takes, and f6.
Yeah, it's actually f6 is an important thing to talk about. So normally you don't want to play moves like f6, weakening e6, but black has to make some sort of concession here, because if you take on g5 with the bishop, you could end up in a situation where you play the move g6 and your dark squares are pretty weak around your king. And f6 is the lesser of the two evils, probably, is what he was thinking. Yeah.
He also is trying to keep more pieces on the board, as he's probably trying to get a little bit more space advantage. Also, because there's still a pawn in e2, you're not so worried about this pawn getting attacked anytime soon after playing f6, because if this pawn was gone, rook e1 could come in, bishop h3, putting pressure. This knight is also not on the right path to attack the pawn. So black can choose after f6 whether they'll go for f5 if needed, or e5. More likely e5, but they still have to consider the opening of this diagonal. So it might just be... Okay, so now if bishop f4, I feel that black was planning to go e5.
Yeah, you get something very similar in like Maroczy structures.
Yes.
So this
with reverse colors.
Yeah, I don't mind black's position so much here. In fact, maybe I prefer to play black at this point.
So Christopher went back bishop e3, and now it is black's turn to come up with something. Well, obviously black needs to get this knight back into play. This bishop might not be so well placed anymore, but he does have a majority on the queen side. So this pushes are going to happen eventually.
Yeah, a commenter by the name of Hans Niemann says
we don't know if it's really Hans.
We don't know if it's Hans.
Terrible for whom?
And also terrible for who we are not sure. But thanks for that
Let us know.
input,
Let us know. I
potentially
mean, don't just give us 2 words. Just develop that so that we can, maybe he doesn't like the setup of the camera. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
Terrible positioning.
Yeah, we need to ask our team to come fix this camera. Just kidding.
Do you want to check out Elshon's game?
Yeah. I think I prefer black, as you said here, too. But
Yeah,
I don't like these pieces, and these pawn pushes will happen eventually
right.
somehow.
The pawn on f6 is somehow nice, right? Like,
Yeah, it restricts white's knight at the moment, and it's hard to imagine a repositioning of this knight for now, once f5 will be played. And black will happily, gladly trade the light square bishop so the white's king will be weak. And I'm really thinking of that idea. I was mentioning a queenside attack first, but I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's catch up with Elshon's game. We left it
A lot
off.
has changed.
Lots of change. So we left it off around here, and we were saying that black should eventually find this plan with f6, which Dariush has found. Bishop takes e5, rook d1.
This is why he's 26-46, I suppose.
The problem speaks for itself, we're told. That could be Hans or someone else. If it's Hans, hi Hans. f6, e takes f6. Queen a4.
So, are we threatening knight takes d4? I think that's the point of queen a4.
Yes, we are. So if you play some random move, I think we can take. Because we'll just
have the intermediate, yeah.
And yeah, we're running a pawn. So that's the threat. And so black played d5, which could be a strengthening move or more of an weakening one in a way, but I don't see how white can get on the light squares here. a3 with the idea, now I see. Now I see how white gets on that diagonal. Easy peasy. a3, b4, chasing the bishop away, and then getting that diagonal for the bishop. Where is black gonna castle is the question, and the answer is given by black's next move. There.
Castle's kingside.
And he's not worried about b4, c5, I guess, because the king is going to hide there, and he might want to use the g file for a potential attack.
Yeah, I guess with white's last move, a3, it's like a little scarier to castle queenside because you don't want to castle into white's play with b4. If white's going to play b4 no matter what you do, why put your king on that side of the board?
Right. But actually, it's interesting because black didn't get the chance to play a3 because of the pin, so he's a little bit behind with that. I don't know if he wasted any move anywhere. I don't believe so. But now white gets this b4 in, and then he will have to be mindful about his knight because very soon black will have the threat of playing a3, and the knight is kind of trapped there in b5. That's the problem. Luckily, knight c3 is still an option due to the pin, but he has to be mindful for that move not to be something he forgets about.
Yeah, I mean, the knight could just get trapped at some point.
Yeah.
Knight could be trapped.
It looks nice, but you need to be cautious about some things. So bishop h6 was the move played by Elshon in this position, and Dariush is thinking. Of course, when we play c5, we'll have the opportunity to place the knight in d6, which of course will be kind of nice.
Yeah, so where do we put the rook?
Yeah, I don't think it's f7. I was thinking here.
Right. So the reason why you didn't want to go to f7 was because c5, bishop c4 was something that concerned you, I suppose, yeah?
No, I also wanted to keep this rook protected in case I wanted to play a6. If I play here, I don't have this threat because I'll always be pinned. I don't think black should necessarily be super concerned about this because he does have... well, that's debatable.
Yeah, I mean, it's very concrete, and obviously it's a threat here. It's not necessarily, it means it's going to be a threat in every position.
That is true. Actually, can black afford to give up an exchange? Because that's another option that he would have here.
That would be something. Yeah, you could get some very strong attack, maybe like take the knight f4 at some point.
But we have knight c3.
Yeah, I don't really believe in it right now. But if you can't bring your knight back to c3 and you get knight f4, it could definitely be very scary. I'm sure you've seen these attacks before where like black, I don't know how a sample variation would go, but maybe something like king h8, take, then like rook c1 or something, then knight f4, and then bishop f1, and then you go like rook g8 and bishop h3. Like this sort of thing works a lot in Blitz and Bullet. But
that's right.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, those could be very unpleasant if they were to happen.
Yeah.
Someone is asking in the chat if Hikaru is playing. So today we are looking at the final round of the St. Louis Super Swiss. This is the game that's going to decide the winner of the tournament. Starting tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time, the American Cup is going to start. So that's the tournament where you are going to see Hikaru back playing over the board, and you can find out more information about the event on our website, St. Louis Chess Club, but also uschesschamps.com. And of course, follow the action lives both here on Twitch and YouTube. That tournament is going to be broadcasted live from our studio with awesome commentary by the wonderful Christian Kirilla, Yasser Sarawan, and Jovanka Huska. So I really hope you guys get the chance to join us tomorrow for that event. But until then, we still have a very strong tournament taking place here in St. Louis, the Super Swiss one that we've been going over for the past few days. And the final round looks like Dariusz played rook f to d8. That was the move that we considered first, and it was played. So he was probably worried about keeping the rook there, not having the option to bring it on the g file later. This way, that rook after king h8 will be able to go to g8.
Yeah,
so.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with black's position right now. I know it seems like a little scary because like what black's king seems a little open, but after king h8, rook g8, I think there's just going to be a lot of positions where white's king will end up a lot more scared than black's king.
I agree. Let's go on to the next game. That was also very interesting. Board 4. Lots of things happened since we last saw this position. I think we stopped around this move, knight to d1, where white was retreating with the knight, and we were saying there are some ideas. We saw d5 being played and the capture of the pawn, and then queen e6. I think actually we were a little bit ahead with our last time we saw the position. So here, black decided to start pushing the a-pawn and creating some weaknesses around white's king, while white still has to figure out how to attack black's king. There's no easy way to open up. It would take quite a number of moves to actually open up a file, so white may have to focus on these hanging pawns, as Julian mentioned earlier. I'm sorry. Rook e1 and f4. That was an idea that you mentioned that I really liked for white. So a5, rook e1, rook d8. Okay, there was a threat of the pawn. So black defended it with that rook, which is interesting because you think that rook would help you with some attack, but probably Vasif was thinking, well, I'll go a4, a3, and then white will play b3. The position will be closed there, so my rook is not going to be very helpful. So I better keep this rook for defense and potential, who knows, knight move and attack f2, or defend here, like this, and just bring this other rook.
Yeah, and now black probably has a threat, right? Which is e4, like a positional
here, e4,
threat.
And then e3? No,
just
e4?
Just e4 to gain like space in the center, and then maybe like improve the position with queen e5, which is why white decided to play f3 here to stop all that from happening. I think, I don't know, unless you have some tactical solution. But it seems
that's
like
why f3 was probably played. No, I think you're right. I think that's definitely something that black was considering playing here.
Yeah, so you play some silly move like h3, then e4 would be, I think, good for black. And then black would play queen e5 or d5 next, centralizing the queen.
Yeah, I mean, this queen has been cut off from all these other pieces, and there's no way to get them into play. Any pawn pushes would allow other pawn pushes for black, and white is totally restricted here. I'm starting to like black quite a lot in this game. f3 to stop e4, and now he's bringing in the knight. Okay, you mentioned earlier that you would love to get the knight straighted because out of all of white's pieces, that was the worst.
Yeah. The
piece.
thing, yeah, I think maybe it's still the same, but...
Yeah, no, I mean, if you get to play here and trade the knights and then get the rook on e4, you start, you know, having some attacking ideas yourself. But what you have to be mindful about is obviously this a3. Oh, he chose b3, even better.
Yeah.
I was thinking a3 and then trying to get the queen in here, which maybe was not his choice because he thought white could easily stop a queen entrance through c3.
Yeah, I think that also looks pretty scary, to be honest with you. But I guess he was worried that b4 would be weak, like later. Like maybe b3, knight d3 comes.
True.
b4 could end up being
But
like,
I
pretty
mean,
weak.
I have a serious entrance.
Yeah, it's very
I'm giving
serious.
up everything just to mate you, but maybe
Yeah.
you can't take, by the way, here and say, oh, I'm defending. Oops, nope.
No.
No defense. The rook is
Rooks are
hanging.
worth more than pawns, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you don't have sufficient time to go rook e7 and mate me in g7. So obviously, this is a serious threat that has to be met with something. This could be a solution.
No. Oh, yeah.
That we can't take because of this. And
wait, can I... Wait, hold up. Can I go back 1 second? Sorry. If I play a move like... This seems crazy, I know. But what about rook d6? So the intention...
Sneaky.
Yeah.
In case of a trade, we want to mostly we want the mate.
And you might be thinking king c1, whatever, because queen b2, king d1, but queen a1 is checkmate.
Yeah. You cannot escape that. It's interesting. Obviously, I won't take. Oops. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you'd have to play something else, but I want to play knight takes e4 next and queen c3, stealing all of your ideas. Stealing all your mating ideas.
I know. It's hard. Well, I'll take it. I'll come back.
Yeah. That's fair.
Probably with this rook.
Right, yeah. And then...
Or maybe the other one to bring the rook. But yeah, I mean, I guess with b3 you're keeping more options opened of weakening white's king compared to this. There's just one idea.
Okay, but I actually really like black here. I think queen c3 might be really strong.
Actually, you know, if you... Oh, okay.
Yeah, like queen c3, queen takes, then d takes. Takes, with the point being that if you trade, like this type of position seems really bad with the king cut, like rook d5. Even
rook d2.
Oh, rook d2, yeah, everything looks really strong for black.
I was actually thinking about this other idea after the takes, if takes with the rook, and after queen d3, I was thinking maybe this was an option, but then this pawn is potentially hanging, so it might not be.
I mean, maybe it's still good.
No, I don't think so. Even this move is
rook
working.
e4, yeah.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
So it could have been an alternative to the attack, getting these moves in. Maybe white wasn't going to play b3 and just stay there, but then capture rook a8.
Yeah, I mean, this is all like a timing thing. Maybe white is just in time to play the move knight d3 and rook takes e5 and generate his own initiative. Could be that's what he was afraid of in some way.
That's why he chose to play b3 instead. And white responded with a3, but now b takes c2 and...
Yeah, white's king feels weak, right?
Yeah, much weaker than black's. Earlier I felt that black's king was going to be the one attacked first, but in this situation, it might seem that black is the one taking control over things.
Yeah, those 2600 grandmasters were like, yeah, white's doing great, and then a few moves later you're like, wait a second, actually, you're making a lot of good points with the black pieces.
Maybe queen takes is an option in this position, but I prefer black. I still prefer black. Well, maybe can defend.
I wonder how much material I can afford to give up. Actually,
You want to give him? Why? You're not. There's no necessity.
I was wanting to give away the a4 pawn somehow,
Oh,
but then
okay, that pawn, sure.
But then I realized that actually rook c8 might be pretty bad, because rook c8, queen a4, it's not that you're losing the a4 pawn, it's that like rook takes d4, and more importantly, rook a8, queen takes d4,
Queen takes d4
is something that we really need to watch out for.
Well, we have an in-between move if we wanted with black, but there's no need for that. I really think queen takes c2 has to be played here by white.
Well, white
he played rook takes c2.
Yeah, so
what?
maybe.
Why? He's trying to get activated. He's trying to get on 7th rank. So, for example, if you go for queen b3, white could attempt rook c7.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, white has his own ideas too. Well, he can't do it yet. I'm not sure how.
Yeah, like rook takes d7, and then maybe like endgames have to be good for us now, right? Now that like the pawns are all blockaded, so maybe we can even play the move like queen c2 or something, and just it's sort of going back. But like if you play queen takes c2, king takes c2, I actually think that endgame is a little more pleasant for white, just because knight d3 is coming, and like the center might not be a strength anymore; it might just be a weakness.
Yeah, I agree. That could be a thing too. I was thinking more to keep the queens on the board, to have some attacking ideas still with pressure on e5, since you don't have a threat just yet. Some knight h6 check. Obviously, we need to calculate what's happening after rook b8, if we really have anything after this check or not. We might not have much, and we'll have to just defend, which is not going to be that easy.
I think in every given position, though, I just want to trade queens, and you always want to keep queens on the board. You always want to check your opponents.
I feel that there could still be some attacking idea, but of course.
I'll trade queens and lose a pawn for nothing. It's fine, and you'll keep queens on the board to lose a pawn. It's also fine.
It depends on the situation. So rook c2, queen b3, and then black played queen d6. So I guess he wants to stop that. He has the queen defended right now off the pin, and rook b8 and queen takes a3 might be something to consider, as well as d3 as a threat that black has in this position. Do you want to go knight e4 or?
Yeah, so I was going to ask, do we still want to trade knights? Because we can do it. On the other hand, like the knight on d3 looks pretty good, like instead of this, right?
Yeah, putting pressure there instead. But you have to think whether black will have the opportunity to bring in more pressure, like I said, with rook here.
For sure.
And queen takes a3.
Yeah, because like now, like rook takes e5, if you take on a3, like b2 is temporarily defended, so I do have this option of rook c7. I don't know how strong. Maybe it's really strong.
Very strong. I think it's very strong.
Yeah, like knight e8, I even have rook e8. So
yeah, this rook is great here. It's interesting. The position is spicing up a little bit.
People are like fighting today. Everybody is very combative.
That's great to see,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
especially
for sure.
For the final round.
Oh yeah, a lot of blood is about to be spilled.
Yeah.
On the top boards.
And as we told everyone, the time control for this tournament was 1 hour 30 with 30 seconds increment, and that was it. No second time control. 30 seconds additional time is all they got, and you know the games get to be very interesting also, especially towards the end when people don't have sufficient time and they might be more prone to mistakes. Even, you know, strong players like grandmasters that we see here on top boards. Let's catch up with this final, well, not final, but board 5 that Mikhail Antipov and Haram Hakobyan are also on 5 points, and with the win, depending on what's happening on the first 2 boards, they could catch up with the leaders and share first place potentially, or just get a better place in the standings.
So what ended up happening with this bishop d3? We stopped here.
Around here, yeah. And you were mentioning that what is going to happen if black was going to go for the bishop, and it looks like black listened to you.
Okay.
Listened.
It's not good news for him.
not real listening. But white did not go for bishop e4 to try to attract f5. Seems like white did not really care in a way about the bishop and just went for c4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the worst way you can cheat in chess is listen to me say what I think about a position. You can't do any worse than that.
Oh man, don't say that. Yeah. But no, the games are coming with a delay. That's why I was saying, you know, they listen to you.
Yeah, for
sure. You kind of anticipated that move was better, and then. Or something. I don't know what I was going to say. Let's get back to the game, not to get into hot topics. Knight takes d3, queen takes d3. And now, queen f6.
Yeah, so the argument here between the two players is what's better, space and activity or two bishops? Because white definitely has like the better like place minor pieces at the moment, I believe. Like the bishop on c8 isn't like super well placed, but the knight on f3, the bishop on b2 both seem pretty good, and the center pawns both seem pretty good. The bishop on d6 is good, yeah.
That one is not, but...
So...
I don't know, black and have Astrodismov will have the opportunity to go queen g6 at some point.
Queen b3 is probably aimed at your b5 idea, right?
Is this an option? I'm just asking.
Whoa, that's crazy.
It's just me asking. Was that an option?
So I take. What evil thing are you going to do to me?
Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, okay. Wait. After rook e8. But this is an idea to look for.
For sure.
This is an idea to look for, you know, because I'm thinking if I had somehow the rook, you bring the queen. Nah.
So.
I want sacrifices, you know, because I don't get to play them in my games usually, so I'm just looking for them.
I guess it's worth pointing out, instead of queen b3, if white had played a worse move, like queen d2, sure.
d2.
Yeah, your bishop h3 is really strong and probably just wins the game.
Of course, because we take the knight and everything. But in the other situation, you know, after queen f6, queen b3, obviously bishop takes h3. If you would be so kind to go there, obviously black will have some ideas. Even here, I'm not sure if I had some. No, I would have some.
Yeah,
stuff.
Well, I think rook b8 is really strong, and just take b2.
You would come back.
I mean,
right.
b2 is hanging. Yeah, and
well,
probably
that's
just
what I was
win a
saying.
piece
The
here,
queen comes back,
and then bishop e6, and
and then takes
and this like seems like a fake line, queen d2. Like it won't happen in a real game, but what could happen in a real game is you play a move like rook e1, and then your opponent plays bishop f5, and you're like, oh, well, I'll just move my queen to d2, and then bishop h3 comes, and you're set.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that is something that could happen, so it's an idea you definitely want to be on the lookout for. But queen b3 was played rook e8 anyways. That makes sense. Try to get the rook active since you don't know whether you're going to be able to develop your bishop yet.
We have breaking news that Christopher Yu and Raja Harshit have drawn their game.
Let's see how the game finished there.
Which means, by the way, they both have 6 points, and nobody. So that means that Theodorou, Christopher Yu, and Raja Harshit finished the tournament on 6 points, and potentially that's good enough to tie for first. It's all up to Brandon Jacobson and Yasser Quesada Perez right now.
We definitely need to look at that game.
Yeah.
We need to go back and stay on the look for that game. But we thought black was doing quite well in this position.
That was good news for us, 0.1.
Yeah, luckily the engine has already analyzed this game, so we can just follow that and you'll get the best commentary. The most accurate ones, better said. The best you're always getting because you're here, so thanks for being here. Bishop h3. So apparently that was a mistake. We don't know why.
Yeah, I wish that the engine wasn't automatically.
I don't know if I can stop it if I click this button. Does it take it out?
Wait, I actually know how to do it. So if you go to these three lines here, you can disable. It says enable computer analysis. If you disable that, there you go. That's how you disable.
No, it's still there.
Oh.
Yeah, because it doesn't. If someone pressed if someone pressed that, no, I think this is just for the extra engine if we want the extra engine. I think if someone pressed it, then yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That's okay.
But we can.
That's okay. Well,
see how it
we are
finished
not. We have the engine off, so we just go by one move that it says, which is not sufficient, by the way. It said F5. This was the move that I was saying. What? He didn't go for it? He was worried about this? That's the follow-up, computer. You can't just give us 2 moves and then you let me figure out what is going on here.
Computer is mean. It makes you work.
I know. Would we take... Would we take and then bring in the queen or something to attract F3? Right? And then what's going to happen to this bishop? This looks like a very, very bad bishop.
Yeah, I mean, somehow we are up a pawn, right? Like,
yeah.
And it just felt like the pawn on the queen side just seems like it's extra, and white doesn't have a lot of compensation for it at the moment.
I agree. I'm surprised F5 was not a choice. Oh, so he probably thought this was a mistake. Black thought this was a mistake, just to kind of show you guys how the game ended here. Queen c6, probably he was thinking, okay, I can do this, but then they just repeated the position or something. Yeah, so they just repeated the position like this. Black not realizing that he actually had F5 first. So that's how things.
Yeah. So I guess the thing is that Christopher Yu didn't like his position too much because he's down a pawn.
Right.
And Raja is black against a higher rated player, so he's thinking draw is a good result. But, I mean, both players might live to regret this decision because if there's a result on the Brandon Jacobson board, there will be quite a pay difference between...
Quite a lot, actually, depending on how many people...
It could be like $3,000 difference. It could be something like pretty huge, substantial.
Well... Maybe we can get one of the players interviewed. We're waiting on our team to let us know if we'll have any interviews. We hope to have some. We hope so. We hope we'll have some.
Our team hopes so too.
Our team hopes so. I felt that was a sad message. I don't know, Sabina. Why are you giving us extra work?
Do you want to look at the Brandon Quesada game?
Let's go back and see what's going on in that game because... they didn't go for the trades. Brandon didn't go for the pawn in d5. He put his queen on a light square that we were definitely unhappy about. But obviously, if he's going to win this and he's going to see the stream, he's probably going to be unhappy with our comment. But if he does win, we'll find out his thinking process about this. And maybe we'll have Jacob ready to ask about a specific queen b3 move.
Yeah, I mean, also we're not saying that in a disrespectful way. We're just surprised of queen b3, right?
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to get into the mind of Brandon. Queen b3, queen b3 over queen d2 is not something that I would have selected, and I want to know what he was the process.
The process of thinking there, because obviously, there are a lot of ideas that we learn as early as we start playing chess about various things we should and should not do, and then as you get to be a stronger player, you learn to eliminate the good things and the bad things, and then you realize that there are a lot of exceptions, and you have to consider how the position is and everything. And it would be great to understand his thinking process. I mean, we might see it through his moves as well here. He brought the queen to b5, which obviously was with the similar ideas the queen was doing in d2. Maybe he thought the queen was better placed there. The question is he going to trade queens? We know ideally that's not something you want to do when you're playing against an isolated pawn. Also notice that black did push the pawn forward, and typically when you have an isolated pawn, you want to push it forward more because it's going to make it more difficult for the opponent to attack it, because it restricts the opponent a little bit more. And
yeah, I mean, if you think about it, right, with the pawn on d5, there are 4 squares you can put your pieces, but when the pawn's on d4, there are only 3 squares that you can put your pieces. So just from that perspective, it's more difficult to attack. It limits your opponent's decision space. But yeah, I think we're going to go on a short break before we resume commentary on this final and very exciting round.
Stay close.
The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com.
Welcome back to the final round of the St. Louis Super Swiss event. I'm almost Grandmaster Sabina Foisor. I'm joined by my wonderful co-host,
National Master Julian Proleiko.
Great to be back. We had a short break where you guys were able to see a presentation of the next tournament that's starting here in St. Louis, the American Cup. A really awesome tournament that hopefully you guys won't miss tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time. But let's get back to the action in our tournament, Julian, because a couple of interesting things have happened in this tournament. The first interesting thing is that Brandon decided to trade queens. Maybe not so interesting, because we're going into an endgame that could potentially go for a draw, and then we'll have potentially a very, very big tie for first place.
Yeah.
Or not.
I mean,
What are your thoughts?
there's still some chances here for white, I suppose. I mean, d4 is still weak, and I'm sure that Brandon, after rook a d1, his last move, is intending to play this position a pawn up and press the position. And you know, that's what we're rooting for as chess fans, to see like a clear first winner. So right now we're definitely rooting for Brandon to pull this one off.
It's going to be hard, I think,
yeah.
but can't we just... No, we probably cannot play d3 just yet with black in this position. Is black going to try to get the e2 pawn somehow?
Yeah, and you have to get it in like a smart way, right? Because if you're not careful and you lose like your d and your d pawn and I get active or something, or I might win your a pawn, then my winning chances go up, probably not down.
Right. Black has to be careful here a little bit. I don't know if this is even an option to try to defend the pawn. I would rather stay a little bit more active.
I see like I see a stupid trick, and
Okay.
so if you go like rook b4 and I go rook d2 and you play rook d8, and I can potentially play the move e4.
Yeah.
If you play en passant, which you know seems like it's very clever, then I'll hit you with bishop f7, and that would be unpleasant.
That would be very unpleasant.
Yeah.
There's a potentially for decisive gains for white here after king takes. I mean,
Yeah.
black still has
It's-
something going on, but
it's
very
still
little.
holding chances maybe, but after rook b2 it's very convenient. I have rook e2. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I would not be playing for anything.
That's true. That's true. If black takes this pawn, they should be fine. But yeah, this is a nice idea for sure. I would rather not play rook b4 unless that was my only choice here. Obviously d3, I don't think it works due to e4 here, and this pawn. Wait, yeah, that pawn is going to be lost. If this, we can just capture. So obviously that's not an option for black. So black has to either put pressure on this pawn or go rook b4. I think those are the only two choices that I'm seeing. But we have to be also careful with the back rank because
for sure
it could be some discovery that leads into that. So for example, if you do this, should we capture with this rook? Probably with this rook. I'm a little bit nervous about this.
Oh, bishop e4 is
what is going on?
Bishop e4 is very... but I think rook e1, yeah.
No, white could actually fall into this trap. So
That's
you can think you're winning, but be careful when you're hanging your pieces because you never know what intermediate move can happen, and then it's going to be your opponent who takes the control over the game. So rook e8 is an option that black can play in this position.
Yeah,
should be fine.
For sure. Probably bishop c4 here. I don't know what you think about that move. Seems interesting, right? You know, me, I just look for all the stupid tricks. So after rook b4, rook takes d4, then a3 could be an idea for white. Because if you
it's like when you said tricks, I thought you were going to say that if black plays d3 here in this position, and then this is another trick, and then takes. If white takes with the rook, white can set up this trap in case you just happen to take here, we'll recapture, and then in the end, we got a mate.
That is certainly my kind of trick.
But obviously in this position, white can recapture with a pawn as well, and this is also kind of a trick. Now, obviously with black, I don't think you should trade. You could probably go rook d8. This pawn is still hanging, and white won't be able to defend both the a pawn. Even if you push it in a4, there's rook a2.
Right. It's not even clear if white's the one playing for the win here at this point,
yeah,
right?
because black would take potentially this further away pawn, and then they would have the further away passed pawn with more chances.
Right.
So this position, I think, is going to go for a draw, and we might have a lot of people sharing first place. During the break, we looked at a couple of games. There seemed like a lot of changes happened from the point of view of the evaluation. For example, in this game between grandmasters Mikhail Antipov and Aram Hakobyan, we said that white was probably a little bit more comfortable in the position, and I think we were right until black may have allowed a few moves that I think he shouldn't. This c5 move was played. I always thought that black was going to try to play b6 to stop it. I mean, obviously, you don't really stop it because in case you capture, then this bishop opens up to the queen and it's going to be a fork, so you cannot really take in c5 anyway. So this queen is slightly badly placed there.
Yeah. Yeah, it always makes me worried when the bishop and the queen are lined up like that. I always want to have the bishop in that case.
And it's getting a little bit scary here for black. After c5, bishop f4, d5 was played, and here black went queen to g6 with the attempt of having some attacking ideas with bishop takes h3. However, after bishop e5, that move is not possible because I think knight h4.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Everything is going to be captured here. This pawn is protected, and white should win a piece. So black's only choice here was bishop g5, but I don't see why white couldn't just capture this pawn, for example, or that one. As a matter of fact, both pawns are kind of hanging. I don't think your sacrificial ideas with bishop h3 really work.
I like bishop takes c7 more, just so that my queen still defends h3 laterally. I think bishop c7 and there's nothing anymore.
Even knight takes g5 first could be an idea, and if you take, because the queen opens up to protect h3, so now we can take in c7. This is another option. Obviously, we're going into an opposite color bishop position. It doesn't mean that it's going to be a draw, but white may want to keep the knight on the board and just take directly, because I don't think black is going anywhere. It just seems like an extra pawn for white, and much better position. It's possible that we'll have a win on this game for Mikhail Antipov.
Now, a game we haven't paid a lot of attention to is Grabinski against Nyzhnyk, which makes sense because they both have 4.5 points and can't like really win the tournament. But it's like bizarre because Nyzhnyk was so strong, like 26.99 at some point, and Aaron is obviously a strong international master. So it just goes to show how strong this event. We like have hardly paid attention to these players.
I know we kind of focused on the top boards because one of those players could win the event. So. But it doesn't mean that the others are not going to play fighting chess. No game has finished yet, and it's almost 3 hours of play since they started at 11 a.m. Central Time. So we don't see any result on the top 10 boards.
And oh boy, does it
Besides
look like...
that round, actually.
Oh,
board
yeah.
two. Board 2, Christopher Yu drew his
right,
game against Raja Harshit. So they may share first place. But other than that, the games are still going on. And Nyzhnyk has 2 extra pawns here, and most likely is going to.
I don't like Aaron's position at all.
Yeah.
I think he's just busted.
Oh, only 1 extra pawn, actually. I said 2 by mistake.
But it feels...
It seems like 2.
It feels like even more than 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a continuation very soon. Maybe White is considering just giving up the knight for one of those pawns and then trying to get H and F pawns, but I don't think he has enough time for that.
Yeah, it's really interesting, like seeing these strong grandmasters playing black in the last round against people that, I mean, 2400 is obviously not a bad player. 2400 is very strong, and seeing how they just like dismantle them is always interesting to me.
I mean, yeah, this position. Let's check out some of the other games too. See the current positions. For example, this game between Lazaro Bruzon and Balaji Daggubati.
Yeah, Bruzon also was a former 2700 player, even higher than Nyzhnyk at his peak, and again is like not even one of the contenders to win the tournament.
No, and this position is actually very interesting with this pawn in f6. It seems like White is going to have some kind of attacking ideas. However, he would love to somehow get his queen in g6. So after the queen moves somewhere, we need to move the bishop and then possibly capturing in g4. Or depending on where you go, say you go, like let's just choose a bad square for black. I think we have bishop takes g4, and if you take, we'll have some nice mate here.
Yeah, bishop h5 is nice.
Knight f7 and mate. So obviously black has to be a little bit cautious about the retreating of the queen in this position. Maybe queen f7 is a...
Yeah, queen f7 stood out to me somehow. But maybe we can be clever here and insert the move c takes d5, because you can't take my bishop at the moment due to bishop e6. Or whoa, actually I said that. And I thought, and
then
I
you realized that
wait. But then I realized
that it's possible.
Maybe it's possible, yeah.
Maybe it is. Maybe yes.
Like
maybe.
f7 here.
Yeah.
It's better to be lucky than good sometimes.
I know. But there's another move. There's another defense for black here. There's queen h7.
But
he
here,
can play.
f7 check.
Right.
And then I trade queens and go e7. Even f8's even
I think
simpler.
this is nicer.
Yeah.
This is nicer.
Take
just to show the line till the end. Check. Bam. Queen comes in mate. Next move.
Right.
Okay, so queen f7. This is a nice move. So obviously black cannot take here. Let's make a better move for black. Is this somewhat of a better move?
Yeah. No, what to do? Queen f7 was a good response, but maybe...
Well, I feel that this pawn needs to be stopped, or else ideas with f7 are going to be very, very annoying.
Maybe bishop c5 here from White.
And as I said that, I realized that there's a result in that game between Ilya with the black pieces and with white Aaron Grabinski. What happened? What happened there?
So Aaron resigned, which makes a lot of sense. At the end of the game, there just really is no hope for White. The 2 connected pass pawns are going to be too much.
After rook d3, he resigned.
Tough game from Aaron, yeah. Definitely
tough game.
It's really unfortunate that like you're in the score group of the 4.5s and then you meet Ilya Nyzhnyk, like this monster player. It's just crazy.
This is definitely one of the strongest, Super Swiss tournament because, I mean, how many grandmasters were there? I never really counted them. I think it must have been at least 15 or 17 grandmasters in the tournament. And, you know, a lot of the games were very sharp, well prepared, although it was a grueling schedule, I would say, because the players had to play both in the morning and in the afternoon. We were usually doing commentary only for the morning rounds, unless we occasionally brought up the previous night's games. So they played at 11 a.m. and then at 5 p.m. for 5 days. And this is their final round.
Yeah, I've been told that there were apparently 16 grandmasters.
16. Okay, so I was
close. So you were very, very close.
I was very close.
Almost on the nose there. But yeah, I mean, Ilya Nyzhnyk on board 7 and on board 6, and then Bruzon on board 7, Akobian on board 8. It's just unbelievably strong. I don't think I've seen a stronger Swiss tournament, to be honest with you. Like even things like Spice Cup, it doesn't feel like top 8 boards look that strong, but I don't know. And
you mentioned Akobian. This is his current position against international master Kostya Kawutsky. And I'm trying to figure out who is better in this position.
I think I prefer the white pieces. Just the king feels a lot safer, and f7 looks weaker than f2 at the moment, and it's white to play. So.
Yeah, white may need to go back with the bishop, I think. I don't believe c6 would work. I think you don't really want to allow this check.
So I
could be wrong.
I have a question. Instead of c6, can I get away with something like
Queen d7?
Yeah, queen d7, and then I want to run my king, so like king g2, and then queen e4, and then how stupid is it to play king h3? Yeah, it seems like awfully risky.
I wish I had one of those tactical things where I could check you and then mate you, but no, that's only in studies. That idea does not work here, obviously.
Not at the moment, yeah. Yeah, queen g6. But now maybe c6. And you have to be careful because like I'm threatening queen takes f7 in a lot of positions, and then c7 will come. But maybe you don't even.
Or bishop takes f7 and then you're forcing it.
Yeah, that's a better way to do it. Certainly. Yeah, I think bishop f7 is like a really strong threat right now.
Queen d7 is nice in this position. Let's come up with a defense for black if we can. If only we could. Whether I give you check in e1 or here, it does not matter because still I would retreat in e4 and then you'd go to h3 and you think you're safe there. It doesn't look. White's king in h3 does look pretty safe, but you know in these kinds of positions what usually happens is sometimes we make a move like king somewhere where your capture doesn't happen with check, and then we have threats. However, here I don't believe that's an option because obviously you're not gonna make this silly move to allow a mate.
Yeah.
You're going to capture with the bishop or maybe even not capture and just go c6. And I don't see a follow-up for black.
Maybe, how bad is the pawn down position? So instead of this, like instead of king g7, we can play g4 and play an opposite color bishop endgame. And I don't know how good, like king, maybe white's winning chances here are actually pretty good.
Depending on how white is going to create his other pass pawn. If he manages to win this, which I feel is very much doable because we'll play f4, and I think this white has big chances to win this. No, we should not trade into this.
Yeah.
Var actually played c6 in that position.
Okay.
So this is the current position that we have.
That's interesting. I wonder what he saw after queen d7, because obviously he saw something after queen d7. Otherwise, he would have done this and tried to win the game in this way. So he must have been afraid of something in particular, I think. What could it be?
I mean, we can always just protect, right? Okay, so we could do this, and then bishop e7. So what's your?
So my intention was c6,
push?
yeah.
Okay, so now we need to mate you.
Very mean.
I'm sorry, he's just trying to play the position.
Sabina is always.
Sabina's always looking for mates.
Yeah. I think you did it. Yeah, I actually think the white's in trouble now. That's that's tough.
It gets a little bit scary. I don't want to. I mean,
I guess you can play f3 here and save your life, but
you could.
But obviously,
but for
this
how
is
long?
The wrong direction.
For how long are you saving yourself here? Because this idea is very unpleasant. It's gonna happen one way or another.
It's true. I do think that concretely I should be okay. Like a g4 I can just take.
Yeah,
right?
luckily you can take and you take with check. Otherwise I had queen h7, queen c2.
Yeah.
But I could move my queen right now somewhere.
Though, yeah.
Maybe I don't want to give up that pawn.
Right. If you, it's very fortunate for white that d4 is hanging with check, because otherwise maybe he'd be in some trouble.
Yeah. So I mean.
But yeah, certainly black is for choice here and not white, which is not where we want it to be. Even if black is winning somehow, we should know that this is not the way to go. So that's
this is not the way to go.
Yeah,
that's
so
why
I
he
think
plays to 6.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. Bishop e7 is really strong.
So is he going to take a draw or no? Of course not. I don't even know if I asked that question. I think VAR is always playing his games till the end, whether it's the last round or any round. He's a really big fighter, and he's going to utilize his.
Yeah, I was saying like that the bishop attacking f7 was important at the start, but I think that was just incorrect. Like the c pawn looks pretty good, and unless you manage to blockade it, then.
But I should be able to with bishop e5 next.
Yeah.
Because like now, if you try queen b7, we can trade, and I think black should be able to make a draw here, because we didn't give up any pawn, and even if we lose this one, I think we should be able to create some kind of a fortress.
Yeah, but I don't think we play queen b7 right away.
No.
Like you're just going to have to stay around that pawn for a while, and then eventually your king will become weaker.
Yeah, so maybe bring the queen back to d5 in this position to kind of keep some pressure.
Yeah, I like that.
Just centralize the queen, and then you have to figure out what you're going to do. Actually, you know, another move that I like in this position for white is queen f5 to take advantage of the slight weakness of black's king there.
Probably.
And then try to attempt bishop d3 and then enter with the queen. And, you know, black at that point will only have queen e1 check, and that's just going to be a check.
Right. Although, yeah, probably here black's going to play the move queen e5, because queen f5 is like too good of a square.
Yeah.
So you have to get rid of the queen from that place.
But
queen d7, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, actually, wait. Maybe you're just winning.
How?
Queen d7, what do you do?
Go back.
No, I take and go c7, right?
Oh, right. I can't do that, right. Wait. Okay, well, you can trade me then. That makes me happier. Maybe bishop e5, bishop e5, and then bishop d3 still.
And you have to play like king f8 or something.
Yeah, because that's going to be check, and then I'm capturing this pawn. So you have to go away, but I can still do that. I also have this check, by the way.
Definitely a tough position for Kostya, and he will be very happy if he can hold it.
There's going to be more pressure on this game for sure.
Do you want to take a look at board 1 just to see?
Let's go back
if
and
anything's
see.
Changed. Stuff has
Rook
happened.
b4 was played, so I
Okay.
guess one move, right? What were we saying? See, I don't like this thing that it doesn't record. It doesn't keep our analysis anymore.
Yeah, I think we were saying a3 in some position, but it was the one line that we gave was rook d2 with the funny rook d8 e4. But that was mostly just for tricks. Obviously, they're not looking for tricks; they're looking to play the best moves in every position.
Yeah, and black can probably create some kind of luft with h6 or g6 or something, and then, you know, when you double up to take that pawn, he can put the rook on the e file and try to, you know, trade the d pawn for the e pawn. That's usually what ends up happening in a lot of Tarrasch positions, which this is very similar to one of those, although it was more of a Catalan. But a3 was played. Yasser Quesada played rook to a4 and now e4.
So I guess the argument here is after DE3, rook E3, that the rook on A4 doesn't have a lot of squares to go to, and that's where white advantage comes from. But yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be very much. It seems like this game is going to peter out to a draw.
Most likely. I mean, are we forced to take en passant? Is that...
I think if you don't, then you're worse, right? Like if white gets to play the move rook D3, then the rook on A4 is pretty bad. Like rook D3, bishop C6 is not such.
Well,
or even bishop B3 followed by bishop takes F7.
Yeah, that's more like it. Bishop B3, and when you take, there's going to be a discovered idea with bishop takes F7 here.
Yeah. So I think D takes E3 is forced in a way.
He played bishop E6.
Whoa. Okay, well then I am incorrect.
Well, bishop E6. I mean, I would love to trade the bishop. If that forces the bishop trades, even if you get this weakness here, you get to play E5. I guess white may consider playing E5, and then who is better in this position? I don't want to take...
Instead of E5, can I play F4?
I'm sorry. F4 first, sure. You can certainly play that move first. But, you know, that weakens your...
There's
that
some
weakens
real
your position a
downsides,
little bit. How much that matters remains to be seen.
I mean, maybe it matters a lot.
Yeah, like your king will be totally restricted here, and you don't get 7th rank.
Too.
I think this is definitely a good move that it's possible Brandon may have missed. Maybe not.
Bishop B6 is really tough to deal with. Maybe you start with rook D3 though.
Rook D3 here. Oh, this is interesting. This is certainly an interesting idea.
Because if bishop takes D5, E takes D5, we can use the fact that your back rank mated for one move to play rook E4 next. So like rook D8, rook E4, and I think bishop takes E takes rook D8.
But rook D8 I have no threat.
Yeah, right. So rook E4 is what I was saying for white is my idea. So such that we can take on D4 next move after you create Luft.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide which. That's why there was a pause there. I'm trying to decide which Luft I'm going to create. You know.
Sure.
Here. And.
Yeah, rook E takes D4, right? White has good winning chances here, at least better than what will actually happen in the game.
No, but I mean, I won't take. I won't take that. That endgame is bad, and I think this move was played already. Rook D8 was going to suggest it for black, and then this pawn is protected.
Yeah.
So it's going to take you some time to get the pawn back. I mean, obviously, you just can play here.
Well, here he can take on...
No, this is what I want.
Oh, yeah, you got
I mean, okay, it's still going to lead to a draw or something after takes, you know. I could try this and keep 2 rooks on the board instead of 1.
Yeah, I think maybe instead of this we can try... we can try to make some like improving move here, like F4 or something to that effect again, because you don't have the same thing that you did before.
Yeah, we don't have that. Well, I will have it eventually. I don't think this is a move you're really ready for. I mean, this time I take, and what is your approach?
Oh yeah, I'm not in time for rook E4
anymore.
you're
behind a little bit here.
Can I take on E6 and then play F4?
You could, but there's always going to be an issue on the second rank, I think, even if you get rook D1 and take that pawn. So I definitely will activate my rook.
Like rook E2 or something.
Oh, you want to do that?
No, you have rook C3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, rook C3 or even rook C1, rook A1, and getting that pawn with the rook. You really need to get your pawn back.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it just seems like there's not a lot of way to make progress with white.
No, I think the players will agree on a draw shortly in this game. For sure, because black was able to keep the position solid. Maybe he was slightly worse at some point, but once the queens were traded off the board. There wasn't so much to do. Let's check out some of the other games. Going back to Elshan's game, we actually saw in the break that Elshan's position was quite bad around here when after the castle, right?
Yeah.
Black had to play some a6, king h8, we were seeing, right? And then at some point some a6, but he played it a little bit. He kind of wasted a little bit of time to bring his rook on the g file to attack, and now
White's pieces have gotten back in the game.
yeah, this knight in e4 is going to be very unpleasant. Keeping pressure in f6, being brought towards d6 is going to certainly be very annoying. So bishop f8, and then here, and the position is quite balanced. Do we still think it's balanced? Because it's been a while. They've made quite a number of moves since we last looked at this game. Queen b1, he's trying to keep pressure in g6 to keep the queen there, and
so pawns in the center are usually like pretty strong, but I think in this case, since White has all of the pawns controlled, you can't play f5 because I'll take it. You can't play e4 because I'll take it. So yeah, if anything, maybe white is for choice here instead of black, just because of the light square weaknesses in the center.
so it seems like Dariush has tried to somehow get control to try to play e4, but Elshan is trading that bishop, and now I'm liking the queen in e4. It's hard to get it away from there, and it's possible that White's bishop is much better than this one, unless you manage to push f5, which...
Yeah, there's some classical rule, right? You prefer to have your bishop on the opposite color of your pawns, and when your opponent has a light square weakness, you want to trade the light square bishops, which is what we've done with White. Seems pretty nice.
So although both players have quite a number of pawns on the same color as their bishops, it seems that this bishop actually at least has the opportunity to go for an attack, whereas Black's bishop is totally restricted by both his own pawns and White's chain of pawns here on the queen side. So rook g8, and then the rook is coming in. a4. Okay, I was thinking more like some ideas with rook e4, but again, I'm thinking aggressive ideas for some reason. The position does not necessarily require an attacking idea, but this could work. Also, at some point, if the queen moves, say queen h5, we could also bring this knight to f5, which...
That would look really nice, yeah.
Right?
I would be a little afraid of allowing e4,
yeah,
but if that doesn't work, then that looks really, really good.
So why did Elshan play a4 here? Because I don't know that he wants to play b5. Maybe he does.
Yeah, maybe he does.
Maybe he does want to play b5 and take advantage of the difficulty of Black moving that knight.
The knight would have to go to b8, which is not super inspiring.
And then queen d7, and then rook to c1, and he allows the queen trade. Interesting. Because he's thinking if you trade, this bishop is still quite bad. These pawns are somewhat blockaded, and we still have our idea of b5 and then c6.
Yeah, I think endgames are really bad for Black. I think a lot of Black's positional advantages revolve around White's king being potentially weak, and I think queen takes f5 is not to Black's advantage.
I just turned on the engine for a second to see if a4 was really a move. And it says h4 would have been a move. I did not consider h4. I would be scared to weaken my king.
Computer is even more aggressive than
It's more aggressive than that's crazy. It's crazy to believe. I thought I was being a little bit over-optimistic about White's position here. But, okay, so knight f5. Okay, well, without the queens on the board, unless Black manages to push these pawns forward, it's quite a solid position for White, definitely more pleasant, as you said. So hopefully, you know, we'll see what happens. They didn't trade the queens yet. This is the current position after rook a to c1.
Do you want to go to the Escalante game?
Yeah, that game. Wow, lots of things happened here. White is trying to push for a win. We thought there would be some attacks around here, But this was a big mistake by black capturing in c2 because now white started having ideas with the activation of the rook on 7th rank, putting pressure in g7. Queen d6 was played and knight e4.
Mm-hmm.
And I like this position. We both like this position for white. We thought the trades of the knight would be in white's favor.
Yeah,
but,
for sure.
But it seems that black was able to trade the queens, but they lost a pawn. However, d3, rook d1. Could white have traded the queens here in d4? Probably he thought there's no need to because now this pawn is going to be lost.
Mm-hmm.
So how did black? I see. So black played rook d4, and now you don't have time to go rook e1 and protect that one. You need to decide with which rook you will capture. And he thought this rook. And I like this idea, although I would consider for white in this position something like rook c7 and rook g3.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I
Yeah.
was attracted to that idea myself. I suppose black was intending, something like rook g4.
Yeah, and if you go here first, then, excuse me, maybe rook e7 could be played to cover that pawn first, and then keeping somehow the rook active and finding the right moment to push the e-pawn.
I think these positions are really deceptive. Like black might think, oh, I'm just down one pawn. But the thing is that your king is so far away from the a-pawn that it could actually matter. And white could generate two outside pass pawns, which means there are 0 king and pawn endings that you can play. So
that is true. That is true. And the king is close enough to stop that e-pawn. So
yeah, and it's just one pass pawn for black.
So white chose to keep the 2 rooks on the board and cover the g2 pawn, and now he will still have the ability to get the rook active. He only went to c6 with the same ideas we had earlier. I guess he thought this move will be met by rook e7 and a pair of rooks would be traded, or not?
I don't think, I mean, you can
Maybe
take
king
it
f6 first?
Yeah, king f6 and then rook c6, rook e6 maybe. But I think black's going to have a really tough time defending this position. Maybe we start by bringing our king, like king c2, king c3, try to play rook c4.
Mm-hmm. Trade that rook and then get the king to b4, grab that pawn, and that's a possibility.
Yeah, maybe start with rook e2 at some point to make sure that rook b8 check doesn't win our b2 pawn.
Right. This is the current position. Brian has chosen the 6th rank instead of the 7th. So what do we do after rook e6? Because I don't think we should trade. This rook is quite well placed here to restrict our king or rook to get to the a4 pawn. I think white is planning to keep the rooks on the board. Maybe rook f3 check could be an annoying decision here, although you could play rook f6.
Maybe you have to play rook f6 because king e7, rook c7. Oh wait, actually g7 is defended, so maybe you can do this.
Well, do you want to have the king here?
The king
though?
is kind of weak.
It's a little bit tricky. This rook can go both ways, through d3 or from behind as well. You kind of have to stay with the rook in g4 to protect both pawns. And maybe white will be able to combine their 2 rooks to have some unpleasant checks.
Yeah, like if you got rook f7 there, you would be threatening rook a6, which wins a rook, which would be nice. Because rook f7, king d5, rook d7, and the rook would take the e6 rook. And black would be unhappy.
True. Well, the line is possible that it will go the way we suggested, because in this position black played rook e6. This move has been played.
Do you want to check up on our board 1 just in case something is...
Back to board 1. I was checking I wanted to check this game, but this looks really, really good for white. It seems like white is on his way to winning this position.
Connected pass pawns,
and he has also way more time if we check the time difference here. 15, almost 16 minutes for white and 2 minutes for black, h5.
Yeah.
These pawns seem unstoppable. Maybe you have some idea with h4, but...
I mean, what happens if I take it also?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think black has much with that h5. It's probably just a Luft idea. Let's go back to board 1. The bishops got traded in the end. So rook d3 was played, rook d8 trades, rook c1.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I know it looks like really drawish, and it probably will be a draw, but I think Brandon is playing for a win. Like, I think...
Yes, certainly.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
not gonna...
I don't think he's given up, like, quite yet. Like, rook c1 indicating rook c5. It's going to be really interesting to see how he decides to put pressure in this position. Even if there's... it seems like there's not a lot to play for. And Black does have some minor weaknesses he needs to attend to.
Rook c6 was played, king f7, and
Right.
e5. So now white is not allowing black to get this move e5 and connect their pawns. And he doesn't rush with f4 because, you know, in some situations she would have risked getting his king cut off on second rank.
Yeah, I would...
But this also could be a weakness, right? Because we could play rook here now.
Yeah, probably he will play f4
He has
here.
to play.
And then rook b5, maybe. Oh boy.
I'm not sure what he's planning to do.
Are we going to give away the
I think he's
h-pawn?
give up. He's giving up the pawn.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's giving up the pawn.
And then
Checking
king
f3,
f3.
and he's trying to
Oh,
get
yeah, rook h2, then you go rook b3 maybe. And then
first rook b3.
And then we play for checkmate.
Yeah, if you come here, there's going to be some mate here with g4 or something. Well, remains to be seen. Let's look for a second here.
So, yeah. So e5 was played in the game. That was the last move, or?
Yes, e5 was the
okay.
last move. So actually here, you know, we said rook b3, but we also have this check. Where do you go with the king? If you go here, I'm playing here.
Ooh, that's
And
nasty. King f5, g4.
yeah,
Or even, wait. Actually, I said that, but rook takes g7. I just realized threatens two mate
rook
in
G-
once.
yeah,
You can't
yeah.
stop both. G4 and rook g5 is mate.
that's even worse.
Yeah, just resigns. So things
Okay.
could definitely still happen in this game.
So e5, interesting choice. Interesting choice of keeping some winning ideas alive. So rook d5, f4. What about g5? Would this be too much for black, or is he creating more weaknesses? Because I'm thinking if you go f4, then that pawn is going to be weak, and obviously nobody will ever mate me with g4.
You do have to be careful. So I'm sure that you have enough counterplay, but rook f3 and then rook f6, you have to be aware. I guess you go king g7 here, right? Not king e7.
Why not?
King
I don't think you
e7,
have
rook
a mate.
f6, and then
You got to be careful of this
yeah,
pawn
I
too.
take
With this one.
yeah, and then I'll go rook d6, and then take on d7.
Oh, I can't play d2. Okay, I'll take here.
Yeah, I guess. The game becomes really sharp. Like I take go rook d6 and then go f4, you know. And this position obviously requires like a great deal of calculation. F5 and f6 come, and it's hard to say.
It's hard to say what's happening indeed. Because, yeah, we don't want to allow f5, but I don't really have a way to stop it if I go here f5 anyways. And
Yeah, after rook
maybe
g4, I have to go king h1, which really sucks, but...
we could do that first, and now maybe I can go rook g5, so that I'm keeping the option.
f6?
And now I'm just gonna go here.
Rook d7.
7. Can I go here?
D7.
Can I go for this line? Even f7 is
Interesting.
No, I have this move luckily.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, f7, and then after rook f5, e6, then d2 gets played. Oh yeah, so yeah, okay. This seems
This is
black
winning.
should be fine here.
This is not winning?
Winning for whom?
White.
d2. Why
Did
is
you?
this-
I checked. Oh.
I think it's a draw. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a draw. No, I forgot you can take there. Luckily, you can take there, so we're good.
Yeah,
We're
but
good.
obviously this was a long way off, and seeing this from afar
But it
is
was
hard.
played similarly to our suggestion, because here rook d5 was played, and then f4 and G5. So similar to how we said it, just I wanted to play G5 first. I guess he's playing G5 now. It's probably going to transpose to our line here because obviously you can't take because that would allow two connected pawns for passed pawns for black, which you might not be able to get anytime soon. So you have to bring in the king, I think.
Yeah.
And it's going to transpose to our line.
What would be very nice...
Oh, wait. No, it's not, because you had rook f3 check.
Yeah,
That's how we're
Yeah, so he avoided that by going rook d5 first. But it would be very nice for us if we could just play king from g1 to b3.
Just bam.
Yeah.
Goodbye, rook.
Yeah, then we would be pretty happy.
That would be very happy, but...
I mean, you know what? That's my new plan. After you take, I'm gonna go king f2, king e2, and hope for the best.
Right. We had another result on board 9. It's actually surprising to me to see. We did not get the chance to look at that game, but Fidel Corrales lost against international master Gleb Dudin. So somewhere around here, White played this move, rook d2. So the position seems quite balanced, definitely more in Black's favor. Not really quite balanced. Black has an extra pawn and these pawns seem menacing.
Yeah, the
But
central
rook
control
d2
looks pretty nice.
Rook d2 allowed for d4, and now you cannot really take the pawn. And after queen f4, d3 was played, and you're struggling with the weakness of the back rank, some pieces hanging.
I think he probably just missed that, right? He probably just thought d4 is controlled twice, and then he missed that you can't capture with either piece. You can't take with the knight because you'll lose your rook, and you can't take with the rook because you'll lose your knight. I think he probably just missed this.
He probably missed that by playing rook d2, because in this position he had that square controlled, and it's very easy to miss this. Knight d4 probably had to be played here. Even there's this idea, unfortunately it does not work, maybe later with queen a3 would be nice if it worked, but unfortunately after queen takes this rook's hanging and that knight is not hanging, so you can't. You can't defend. That's why I feel that White played rook d2 for that idea, and then he forgot that this
d4
doesn't.
just happens, yeah.
Tough loss for Fidel.
I think we're gonna go on a short break, and you guys should definitely tune back in to see if Brandon can generate more winning chances against Yasser, Quesada, Perez.
Well, be soon. Back soon.
The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com. The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com.
Hi everyone, we are back with the final round of the St. Louis Super Swiss event. We may have only one winner, we don't know yet. What do you think, Julian? Is it possible?
Yeah, very possible. Very, very possible. Yeah, I'm National Master Julian Proleiko, and this is...
I'm Women's Grandmaster Sabina Foisor. We skipped the introduction because we thought you guys know us by now, but if you're just joining in, welcome. We are doing commentary for the final round of the St. Louis Super Swiss, and the action is still going in this tournament, and tomorrow another event is going to start, the American Cup, and we keep putting these promos of the tournament, so we hope you guys will join the team and check out the event, root for your favorites. It starts tomorrow, Friday, March 17th at 1 p.m. Central Time, so hopefully you'll be there.
Yeah.
But until then, we'll have to wait and see if this tournament is going to give us a sole winner or multiple people sharing first place. Before the break, we stopped around here and we said after g5, if the trade in f4 is going to happen, Black had some chances to draw the game, but Black played g4.
It's all about Brandon right now. Brandon is definitely making Black's life very difficult, and if he manages to win this game, he will have sole first in this tournament with a $6,000 finish. And maybe some of the other players will will regret not fighting a little harder on the second and the second board and down.
That's right, yeah. g4 was not a move we're considering in this position for Black. Maybe Yasser Quesada Perez thought he would have some entrances with the king this way, but he had those entrances even if he took in f4. So this move was definitely a shocker to me when I saw it played. And then Brandon is bringing his other rook to b7, having some mating threat ideas or just capturing this e6 pawn and bringing his second rook into the game, taking advantage of the fact that Black cannot really activate this rook in a4. King e7 was played. This
that's
move
very surprising to me. I don't know.
and scary too, because after king e7, you're basically giving white the opportunity to go rook b6 and grab that pawn with check.
Yeah, and you're not like getting active, because one of the scary things, I don't know what move we would play for Black, but if white were to move again, like what would a pass move be, like h6 or something? White goes rook b7, king g6, then we take the e6 pawn, but then Black goes king f5, and at least here after rook f6, king e4, it seems like Black has some form of activity with like d3, d2 coming in.
Or this.
Yeah, I mean, even if objectively this position is lost, you need to be very precise with your calculation to make sure.
I agree.
Yeah.
And we were mentioning earlier when e5 was played, we were mentioning that g5 had to be played because we thought the trade had to happen.
Yeah.
So the fact that Black didn't take there at all, it just seems very surprising to me, because now he could risk of losing this position after rook takes e6. King d7, can't white just check and take, and what would be the evolution of that position?
It's very strange to me. Yeah, take, and then take d4. It does seem pretty good for white. I guess his idea, actually, I don't even know what his idea is, because taking the H pawn can't be good, right? Like, you take and then I'll take the A pawn.
When?
Like here, if you go rook A2, king E3, and then takes on H2, F5 seems really
F5,
clean.
yeah, to bring the king in F4, keep this pawn protected.
It seems really, really bad, right?
Yeah, it does. I have the feeling that Brendan can take this home after king D7. If the rooks get traded, I mean, obviously there's this other idea as well that's possible, with rook H6 trying to go there and play for the back rank mate now. And black has quite some, no, he does not have that much time. He must have spent his time, because he had around 15 minutes somewhere here. He did, so he spent quite some time after G4. After G4, he probably realized that he's made a huge mistake, because now he allowed white's rook to get active, and now this D3 move doesn't really work anymore, because where are you going to go with the king?
Well,
or even king E3 was, no, king E3 D2. No.
Yeah, actually, I don't know how clear, like again, rook B7, king G6, and then I don't know how easy this is for white, to be honest with you. Yeah, like king F5, rook
Well,
F6,
I don't need to play that move just yet. I could just play here first.
Oh, that's
when
really
I go
smart.
D2, I
Yeah.
have this check.
Yeah.
And if you go here, there's a little mate over there. And then if you go here, we have this mate. So, you know, this is the right moment to play king E3. And black doesn't have any way to protect the pawn. So this could be an idea missed by Yasser Quesada. And he thought he would have king F5, but he might have missed this in between move. He probably thought this was going to happen, and he had some activity, as you mentioned earlier. But yeah, now he spent about 10, 11 minutes on this move, and
yeah, he might come to regret his prior
his
G4. Yeah.
G4, you know, does not.
G4 seems like the move that you would play if you're trying to play for a win.
Yeah,
Which-
but in that position, black was much worse. He should not
Right.
have attempted that.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, this has happened even. So all of this has happened.
But don't you think this was better for white?
I mean, what he did also seems really good. Like, if you can simplify to, I mean, we got to that position with F5, and you agreed that that was just, like, over, right? And I think Brandon is trying to go for that position. It just seems easy,
This
right?
rook takes D4. Okay, this check does not need to be given, because you don't want to allow this king to get active. So maybe we can try, I don't even know, here? If you check, we go here. Is this an option?
Maybe rook F6 first, and then E6? I don't know.
The only problem that I'm having with that move is that you allow this king way too active, and I don't know how you plan on.
King E1? I don't.
You're not
know.
scared.
I mean, I am scared, but I'm always scared.
Okay,
King D1.
so you're just gonna.
I'm gonna pretend like my pawns matter more than the mating threats at the moment. Like, if I get my next move, if you don't go rook E2, I'm gonna play rook F7. And,
Well, I'm deciding if I'll
Or rook
check you
F8,
first, you
yeah.
know, because that is an option.
Yeah, rook F8's my next move, I think. If you
Okay,
go there, I'll go F5.
Okay, but
Rook F8 after anything, I think.
this is complicated stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel that black should have something here.
I'm not convinced. I think that white should be winning here, to be honest. It just seems good.
My move was not played anyways. H5 was played in this position by black. He's trying to keep all his pawns on the board. I guess it makes sense, but I really like that idea. I mean, is that really winning? Can I not have something to repeat the position? I'm trying to find something. Actually, I found an idea. I do have another idea here. This.
I know a funny study that I can show after this.
But there's this move.
Oh.
No, I was just
nice.
gonna because there's nothing here.
I don't know if you want to bring up like in an analysis board or something? Or
I think it's gonna mess up.
wait,
I
okay,
don't know.
never mind.
I don't know mess up.
There's a study that
Can
has
I?
like a similar idea. Maybe can you add a new chapter? Is that possible?
I could, but it's going
Okay.
to mess up everything if I do it. Okay, if you tell me the position,
Okay,
we
so
can do
yeah,
it.
edit. So if you clear the position,
Uh-huh.
pawns on G3,
Mm-hmm.
or sorry, H3 and no, black pawns.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pawn on H3, pawn on G4,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's king. Oh, sorry, king is on G8,
Black or white?
black,
Mhm.
and then king is on G6, and then here the rook is on F1.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, actually, pawn on G3. Yeah, pawn on G3 once. Yeah, like this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's white to play and draw here.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is actually a little later, but this is the exact thing, and it's rook. Apparently, I have many draws here, but like rook A1
Oh,
is the
I'm
idea.
sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I had that open. I don't know.
Yeah, the idea is like rook A1, and you go king F8, king F6, king E8, king
Yeah,
E6.
yeah. So you just kind of repeat
Yeah.
that, and at some point you can't.
Yeah, at some point you get here.
So then you give
Right.
a check.
Oh no, sorry, I messed up. Okay, sorry. The pawns are on G2 and H2.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
Just imagine them there.
Yeah, and then because G1 would be check if you go to B6 with your king, but here there's king
Well,
A7.
but anyways, you wouldn't have mate if you went
Mm-hmm.
to B6, right?
Yeah, even if
You didn't have a
At
threat,
some-
so he
at
could
some
push.
point.
Yeah.
So you could
Yeah.
try some idea with this in the Brandon position where like rook B1 and then
Sometimes
back,
this happens, and then I
rook
don't know
A-
if you you
rook
give another
A1
check.
and then rook B1
Yeah,
back.
but there was a study similar fashion that actually the kings can march on this side of the board
Mhm.
too. I don't remember how that one is, but
yeah,
it's,
it is this position just with the pawns on G2 and H2.
okay.
Yeah.
So by the way, we have a result. Mikhail Antipov did win his game against Aram Hakobyan. And if we check, we left it off around here somewhere where we said that white's extra pawn should definitely be a decisive factor in this game. And it was indeed, because after rook c8, queen e7, the game didn't last much longer because this h5 pawn didn't get to attack or do anything. These pawns are very dangerous once they start pushing, and pushing happened. Rook takes f5. Look at this nice idea. Takes and c6. These two pawns are stronger than those two rooks. There's no way to stop those pawns. c7, rook e8, and now rook to c1, and
That's nice.
another
nice to do,
sacrifice. You know, nice sacrifice by Mikhail Antipov. I don't know if we can get an interview with him or not. Maybe he already left the playing area. We're still waiting. A lot of the players are probably tired. Some of them may have to go.
No matter what, we're really hoping to get an interview with Brandon. But
Yes, of course. That game is definitely one we're looking at, and we're staying close to get an
rook
interview.
D1 is nice.
Yeah, I love this. Like,
Yeah, rook
you
D.
know.
All the things are hanging. Rook D1.
and if you look at the pieces on the board right now, we have a pawn and the bishop or the queen, so that's quite interesting. They're
Right.
dominating the queen because those pawns are really close to promotion, and then, rook d1.
They say that 2 pawns on the 6th rank are worth a rook. What are 2 pawns on the 7th rank worth?
Well, maybe a queen. Now we find out. And I guess he took the queen now, and rook d8, and the promotion of this pawn is impossible. Nice win by Mikhail Antipov. Congrats on this win, and we'll have to wait and see whether he will share the lead, will share the first place or not, depending on Brendan Jacobson's result. There was this game also that was quite interesting between Brian Escalante and Durarbayli Vasif. And quite a number of moves happened since we left off around here in this endgame. The king seems to have gone to g6, and then
Yeah. By the way, everybody
Looks
that we're
gotcha.
looking at right now really hoping that Brandon doesn't win.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it works,
It's gonna be a big
At some
pay
point,
difference.
you're friends, but once it's about money,
Yeah.
we have that saying in Romanian language that, cheese costs money. It must be some expression in English similar to that too. So
Cheese costs money.
yeah, that would be the word by word translation, you know. So, you know,
Nice.
when it's about something serious, I don't know if we're friends anymore. I don't want the best for you. Which is kind of sad, actually, but, you know.
It's just how it is.
Life. Life is unfair. Sometimes maybe shouldn't have said that now. I feel like I'm gonna get into some controversy here. I better stop.
I like what Brian's doing. He's basically just passing, but like Black's position keeps getting worse. Like everything's perfect, so you don't need to change anything. Like the king on d4 stops the king on f5 from coming in. As you've pointed out, the pawns on g3 and h3 are stopping the black king from coming in through the king side. So just rook g2, e2. And Black is eventually going to need to make a choice of when he's going to play the move e2.
He's kind of in a zugzwang here, actually, yes. So now it's a matter of how you get him. I think after this move, isn't Black like totally in zugzwang, or does he have a check and back? But this is how you get him in zugzwang. So if he checks you, you come here, he comes here, you come here.
King d4, triangle.
Triangulation.
That's nice. Yeah.
And then you'll have to go g4, which, you know, will be met by h4 most likely.
For sure.
And
actually,
well, the king could move, but then if this king moves back, White's king approaches this pawn if you put in g4 or somehow.
And you're going to lose one of your pawns. You're going to lose e3 or g4, maybe both. Once that happens, I think Black is totally busted.
Right.
Not to say that Black is busted here, but that position would be pretty bad.
And some moves got played. Rook takes e3. What? What? He didn't want to go for my triangulation idea? Come on. Come on.
Yeah, I thought that was a nice idea.
I know. Why didn't he go for it? Is this an option too? But, I mean, who cares?
King c4.
Oh, he has this move.
And rook e3. Why isn't this like a better version of what he did?
Well, yeah, because the king is in c4, is closer to there. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe the king was here because you have this check.
Okay, maybe.
Okay, but he could have tested his opponent and get that position. Yeah, obviously you have to go king d5 to restrict this king. You can't go there because you would let this king to enter, and then it's not clear who's winning anymore.
Yeah, who's playing for what?
Yeah, so rook e3, rook takes g4. G4. He's surprising me with every single move.
Yeah, g4 is very interesting. I guess, yeah, I'm not sure what his idea is.
Me neither.
Maybe he wants rook c3 and then king c5 or something.
Check and something, but he will always allow this. Why would he play g4? It doesn't seem natural at all.
Maybe.
Cut the king. Cut the king first. Just restrict it first. Is he worried about this kind of idea maybe? That's why he pushed g4? But
you can play g4 after rook h2 comes, yeah. No, I agree with you. It's I mean, it is interesting. I mean, Brian's obviously a really good player, so I definitely want to know what
But
his
he
thought
doesn't have
process is
time.
there. That's
Let's
also
not forget
true.
that.
Yeah, he does have 30 seconds left.
it's tough to play rook and games just by intuition if you don't have time to...
So, in the game preceded king f4, rook c3, king g3. We actually guessed it correctly. So his idea was rook c3, and then, or wait, no. He played rook e4. Okay. So he wants to take the g5 pawn like this, but you can't, right? Like rook b5 check
There'll
at
be
some
king
point.
h4. What is he thinking?
Yeah, this should not be.
This is a and g pawn. If I get the king in front, it's gonna be a draw, depending on how we get it.
Yeah, I don't think that Brian's going to win this game anymore, unfortunately, for him. Which is also unfortunate.
Okay, I'll put the enter for a second to make sure. Like, am I seeing ghosts? Because it's possible that I am, but was my idea was wrong?
Oh, because that's
my idea was wrong.
That's
well,
nice.
good that I checked it. Okay.
Yeah, king e4 is a really nice move here.
I forgot about that. Okay, so he saw correctly. Good. So, I apologize, chat, about that. Okay, so but what about the rook f3 thing? How was the game? Wait.
So
I miss track of the game. Let me just go back. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Here.
So yeah, G4 sort of got rid of his winning chances.
Yeah, Rook F3 was the move to keep some chances alive, but G4. Oh, that was a nice idea, the one that I missed with the king to e4.
Yeah.
I saw that idea, I just didn't think it was possible at that point.
Right, yeah, we did point that out in some other position. So, yeah, probably this one's just going to wind down to a draw. Do you want to check back in on Brandon?
Yes.
Yeah, but, wow, okay.
Okay, lots of things. So he allowed king e2, black allowed king e2. So this was black's idea in trying to trade. You know, when you have material disadvantage in a rook endgame, so 1 pawn down, 2 pawns down, you try to trade as many pawns as possible and get yourself into a theoretical position that you hope is going to be one of those drawing ones, like, you know, the Philidor or Vancouver with the long side, or sorry, not Lucena with the long side, or the Vancouver position with an A or H pawn. So he's sacrificing this pawn. If now he's able to win this pawn somehow, or these 2 pawns, it's going to be easy draw.
But
also
it's a tough ask.
I know.
Or
somehow getting this 2 pawns or these 2 pawns and staying with F and H, those are possible.
I have a feeling Brandon is going to guard the F and E pawns with his life. There are no pawns.
I understand. For the moment, they're repeating. They are trying to get extra time. Didn't they repeat 3 times? No, just 2 times.
Just
King G2. That repetition happened for both players to get a little bit extra time to calculate through things, and you would see that in a lot of Grandmaster games, or pretty much anyone can do that, of course. When you don't have much time left and there's an increment, definitely repeat the position, but make sure it's repeatable. Like the opponent actually has to repeat, because oftentimes I see people.
I've repeated too many times though sometimes.
Oh no!
And then my opponent claims a draw, and I'm like, I was repeating for time.
I know.
And then they're like, draw, and then
one time I got lucky in the U.S. Championship. Quite a number of years ago, I was playing Jennifer Yu, and I had 2 pawns down, but it wasn't clear how she could progress in that endgame. She had to make a trade eventually. She had like an E and G and H pawn, and I only had a G pawn. And she had to play some H5 and get into that position with, you know, the knight pawn that she would enter with the king in front, and she should be able to push that pawn forward. But somehow she kept repeating to get time. And when she finally realized that she could play it, I had repeated the position 3 times, so I claimed a draw. Oof. It wasn't like 3 moves back-to-back repetition, but it was the position, so she hadn't realized that.
Also, you feel really smart when you do that too, right? You're like, repetition of move 45, move 50, and move 60.
I know, or something like that it was, yeah. And she hadn't realized, but, you know, we verified, the arbiters verified, and you know, I got the draw, which was, of course, a great save for me, because I should have lost that game in the end. So king e6 was played.
So here. H5, and so the point of H5, H6 is you can't play any of the positions with rook takes F4 ever.
Yes.
So
anyways, you couldn't, because that pawn would just go, but...
Well, but the A pawn is also, so I don't know, yeah, sure. you'd have to calculate a little bit, but definitely now you can never, ever do it.
So you need to get an H pawn, and it's not easy. Oh, but look at that. Look at that, 1 pawn gone.
Okay, but Brandon has done some calculation,
Probably,
E6 and
E7.
then... Yeah, so
Ouch. Ouch. Okay, so this is going for a win potentially here, because he still has the H2 pawn. If he didn't have that, there might have been some chances for a draw, but he still has the H pawn, so this is going to be difficult for black to save. It's going to be a long game. We'll have to see here. The rook has to go somewhere back and cover.
Yeah, I think that this should be winning for should be winning for white. I think the pawns are too far up.
Yep.
Yeah.
If this pawn was in G7, you could have made a draw. All you had to do is put the rook back and forth. You can lose the A pawn. But was all this line forcing earlier? Did black have to get into this?
I think if the pawn were on F7, it would also be a draw. But if the pawn's on F6, it's a win. There's like a zone with these end games.
When?
So in the final position, you were saying that if
the
black's...
pawn was in g7,
Yeah, g7. f7 is also a draw, but f6 is losing.
Yeah, f6 is losing because somehow the queen
gets to
can,
h8, yeah.
From behind pushes you forward with the king, and that's not going to go very well. But
I actually had to do that in a game. I did succeed, but I had
to
that
win or?
Yeah, to win. Okay. I had that exact end game. Managed to play queen h8. Versus a computer, it's impossible to win queen and king. I mean, not impossible, but really hard to win queen versus rook. But against humans, somehow it's a lot easier.
So this remains to be seen, but it seems like Brendan may take home this tournament if he wins this game.
Right. And yeah, I mean, then Raja Harshit will definitely regret his decision to repeat with
where he definitely had a much better position here towards the end after bishop h3. He could have played f5 and then queen c6 and have still pressure on his young opponent, but they accepted a draw by repeating the position with queen c6, bishop g2, queen c7, bishop h3, and that game ended in a draw. So at this point, the result of this game doesn't matter for first place. I mean, obviously, white is still going to try to find some way to... Can we take? Oops. Okay, he decided he couldn't. I'm just asking because I feel that we could. That's like right on time, right? You don't.
Yeah.
Do you get me restricted? Because the king is too far away. I think this should be a draw.
I think you're fine. Yeah.
Queen, and
that's it.
The king is too far away. I mean, you have one check. Obviously, you can't give a check on third rank due to queen g3, so here this should be fine. You can't bring in the king because this queen comes out. Yeah. So this would have been a draw, but he went for rook f3. Okay.
Probably also just a draw.
Yeah, because your rook is stuck.
I like this way better in a way because you can just keep cutting, rook e3 here.
Well, I don't know. Now I play rook f4. Wait a second. Now it's actually.
Ooh, who's playing for what again? Yeah.
I know. This is gonna take a while.
These 2600 grandmasters tricky in this rook and 2 versus rook and 1. They try to win with the rook and 1.
Don't touch this queen by this rook in a 4 by mistake. Oh no, they
just agreed to a draw.
Rook g3 and then okay. Well, why didn't he try rook f4? He could have played on. I would have played on if I were black.
Rook b4 probably, yeah, and then just.
Yeah, well, I would take. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to lose?
Never mind. Yeah, I was trying to lose, I guess.
No, you're not gonna lose because you can always get the king support the pawn. But you don't wanna risk anything here. You're still not risking, luckily, but.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Brandon's
unfortunate
game.
for Brian Escalante, but a nice save by Vasif, nevertheless.
So if we go back into this game to see the blunder, so the blunder most likely happened around here somewhere. Brendan kept pushing. I mean, it was quite equal.
Yeah.
Very slight advantage for white, and he just kept improving. He didn't rush with the trading of a pair of rooks. He kept both rooks on the board, so he had mating ideas, and.
So somebody in chat says, I bet Hikaru would beat all these players. I have I would say Hikaru would be the favorite in each individual matchup, but Hikaru is not beating every player in this tournament. They're too good.
I feel like someone is going to clip that, and then you're going to be put, on a video. There's going to be a video with you saying that Hikaru's not. And then Hikaru's going to be like, I don't care what Julian said. I would beat everyone.
Of course.
Just saying.
Well, if Hikaru wants to prove me wrong, he's invited to next year's Super Swiss. If you would like to go 9-0 and prove me wrong, I'm all for that.
You're inviting him. This is the official invitation of Grandmaster Hikaru. But you guys will have the chance to see Hikaru in the American Cup, which starts tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central Time. Let's roll that intro, guys, if we can. That was totally... I caught them totally unprepared to make... Oh, so we can talk over this. So here's the American Cup, guys, 2023. 16 competitors are going to face each other in a double elimination bracket tournament. It's a very interesting format. What do you think? Julian,
Oh,
do you like that
I
format?
love double elimination brackets. It makes it really exciting, and it's pretty fair because if you lose in the first elimination bracket, you can still come back through the losers bracket and face the winner at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, so you have double chances to win. But if you won the tournament, well, if you won your winning bracket, so you basically won everyone, you still have to face someone who's been given a second choice to the title, so you could actually lose it. I think you play double matches though if you're the winner of that elimination bracket and then you play against the one who comes from the losers bracket, then you have a second chance there's going to be another match.
Right.
You have to lose 2
Yeah.
or to win 2 in order to actually win the event. So
Yeah.
very interesting format, and it starts tomorrow with some of the strongest American players. Definitely a tournament to look forward to. I can't
yeah.
wait for that tournament.
Sure.
I actually got the T-shirt of the event. I'm wearing it right now.
Who's your pick for both events?
Oh no! Why did you have to ask that live? I wasn't prepared to answer. I'm being told whom to say, but that's not my choice.
All right.
Actually, in the overall section, did you say it right?
Yeah.
In the overall section, I think I'm rooting for. Oh, there are 2 players they really like, and it's kind of hard to. But I think I'm gonna go with either Levon Aronian or
Yeah.
Sam Sevian.
Those are very
Those-
exciting players.
I
Yeah.
know. I think I'm gonna go for one of them. I'm rooting for both. Hopefully they don't get to play each other anytime soon. So I can root for both as they go into. I didn't check the pairings yet.
For sure.
And then in the women's, I don't know. It's a really tough call. Irina is the favorite rating wise, and she won the event last year. So, but I have some other players that I could be rooting for. So it's tough. I'd
Yeah.
rather not say. I don't know in that section.
In the
who to
women's,
root
for sure, I'm rooting for Alice Lee. I root for
Okay.
any Archbishop, and yep, I think Alice Lee has good chances this year. She did really well last year, and I think this time she's going to try to win the whole thing instead of coming second.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's had a brilliant event last time. I remember she was playing Irina, and then she won back into facing her again in the finals. So that was very exciting to watch, and it's going to be definitely exciting to watch this year too. So guys, stay tuned. It starts tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central Time, and it's going to go all the way till I think March 26th. It's going to be the final day for that event.
Yeah, my picks are Naka and Alice. Those are my picks.
Oh, Naka. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so first you're giving him a hard time that he wouldn't win, but now you're rooting for him. So that's your
No.
Your way
He would win this tournament. He just wouldn't win every game.
I see how it goes. All right.
He would lose rating in winning the tournament.
Okay. All right. Well, what do we think about this?
Yeah.
Is Brendan gonna be able? He should be able to win that G pawn now. And this is going to be tough.
You have to win it in a good way, because it would be really catastrophic if you were to play something like Queen E4 and then a trick not Queen E4 seems like a good move, but if Queen E4 and then something, or like King F6 and you take on G4 with your queen, then Rook G5 and suddenly Black is back in the
So
game.
you want to capture that pawn with the king.
Yeah.
I've seen some stalemating ideas, but they don't quite work here. Say if I do something like this, but I think there are many moves that win for because we capture the pawn with check. That's the problem.
Yeah, and
it's check rook. So
yeah,
this is an easy win.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised by how easy this win is starting to look. Like, you're not going to get king and queen versus king and rook. You're probably going to get king and queen and pawn versus, which is a different, it's not the same level of difficulty.
And I have the feeling, because we had some delay in the broadcast of the game, I have a feeling Brendan may have won already, but I mean, haven't been told anything, but I have the feeling that he won already this game. Hopefully an interview is on the way if he did win. Seems like the result. We're confirming the result, but I have the feeling that this already happened, and yeah, that would be a great win for him. I know he's had a tough time in some other tournaments, but he's definitely spending a lot of time on chess. I've seen him play in a lot of tournaments, so if he did win, congratulations. Maybe it's too early to say, but
yeah, I think
he definitely put up a great fight.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think the first time I met Brandon, he was like this tall and rated 2000. It was World Open. I was like, "Who are you?" "I'm Brandon Jacobson." "Oh, what's your rating?" 2000. And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's better than me."
Okay.
Stuff.
Well, you know, it's yeah, I feel that this game is over. We haven't gotten moves in a while, and Black's time has run out. So let's come up with the actual blunder, the final blunder that Black made in this endgame, because we thought it was going to be more or less of an easy idea for him. So he played rook d7 to avoid the checks on 7th rank, but he did allow this move, and I guess he didn't think e5 was the move to play. I don't remember if we thought it was. Probably rook e6, and then that pawn is going to be lost, but at least he could have taken his rook out. Maybe that was some kind of escape that Black could have gone for in this position.
Yeah, maybe it's just worth it to give the pawn to get out. Who knows? No, apparently.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Apparently not. So king f7 was good, and just does g5. Just one move change.
Yeah, maybe,
change the whole game.
Maybe you would have held against Brandon. This is what you wanted to do.
I feel like I need to play a tournament soon to kind of. I'm finding some good moves, but I'm also finding blunders. So I don't know. I don't know where my level is at this point. If I were to play an over-the-board tournament, I haven't played one since January, so not long ago, but.
Yeah, it's still a few months. It's almost 4 months now, or I guess it's 2 months now.
Yeah. Well, hopefully a tournament soon for me. I'll be in the position of, you know, playing my games, and then my someone may go over them online or not. We still haven't received any news about what Brandon did in this game. I have the feeling he won. All right, well, let's take a short break as we're confirming whether Brandon won this endgame, and we'll be back to bring you up to speed with the finals of this tournament. Stay close, guys. Welcome back. We got the results for the final round and the standings, Julian.
Yeah, so if we take a look at the results, it turns out that Brandon Jacobson actually did manage to win that game against Yasser Quesada Perez. Christopher Yu drew his game against Raja Harshit. Elshan Mordiabadi also drew against Darius Swiercz. But really, what this round was all about was Brandon. Brandon won against Yasser Quesada Perez and has, as a result, has won the entire tournament with 6.5 points. And there's a massive, I don't even know how many, 5-way tie for second place.
Yeah, congratulations to Brandon, and let's go directly into the interview that Jacob has with Brandon. Back.
Hello everyone, I am here with the winner of the 2023 St. Louis Super Swiss, Brandon Jacobson. Here with me, everybody. Brandon, tell me how you feel and take me through your game and tell me how it feels to be a champion.
Yeah, I know it's amazing. Especially, I was off to a really bad start. I drew two much lower rated players the first day. Was not playing up to the level I was hoping. And I figured at this point, you know what, like I'm not playing for anything. I'll just try to relax and have fun with it. And I think that always takes the big weight off your shoulders when you can finally relax and just play for the love of the game. I think that's when people perform their best. And yeah, I mean, this game, I probably shouldn't have won. He sort of gave me a gift, but I'm definitely happy with the quality of my play. in the last 7 rounds of the tournament. So it feels amazing. I just finished my game. It's a little shaky in front of time scramble, but I'm sure once it sinks in, it'll feel even better.
Yeah, I bet the heart's pumping, the adrenaline's still going.
sure.
Take the people, show them how you did it, man.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, so going to this game, I mean, given the tournament situation, I wanted to push a little bit with white, but I also wanted to play pretty safe and go for like a 2-result game. And that's pretty much what I got. I went for this Catalan line with knight c3, and he already surprised me with a5 in the opening, and he offered me a draw here. And I was trying to figure out the way to put my pieces here, because it's not so easy. So the normal plan is to play for e4 in some way. So let's say I start with queen d3, b6. Now e4 isn't so strong, because I think he has this resource with b5, and my center is sort of falling apart here. So I didn't love this. If I play slowly with something like b3, b6, I mean, the difference is now, yeah, after bishop a6, like, it's already not so easy for me to defend my pawn. So I thought I found a clever idea of going rook e1 here. With the idea being if he goes b6 now I'm set up to go knight e5. And if bishop a6, I can take and go e4 and break in the center before he's developed. So I think that was a little bit annoying for him. So he has to go knight d7. And now after knight d2, the point is that if I started with knight d2 and he played b6, e4, I think bishop a6 again is still kind of annoying for me because this pawn is pinned. But after rook e1, knight b7, knight d2, if b6, now I can go e4. And now that my rook's in e1.
Oh, yeah, and there's no pin.
Right, exactly. And I think maybe he can play this anyway. He can take and go something like bishop a6, and it's sort of playable for him. But I was going to go into a position like this where I should be slightly better with my pawns in the center, although he does have some counterplay. He can go for b5 or c5 at some point. But I think what he did in the game was very solid. I think he was sort of just trying to simplify and hope to make a draw here. Because this is all pretty forcing. We trade everything, knight f3. And okay, white is a little bit better. Black has an isolated pawn, but in theory, I mean, it shouldn't really be enough to win the game. This one weakness.
Yeah.
And I think he played pretty well for the most part. Rook c8, take queen b3. I figured my only chance, because if I play something slow like queen d2, let's imagine we get a position like this in some move order. At some point, I'll set up his pawn on b6 and rook on c5. I'll move the queen and double on the c file. And okay, he has one weakness, but I don't really see a way.
It feels like it's going to
break
diminish
through.
into a draw, probably.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So I decided to take and go queen b3, just take advantage of his weaknesses right away. But I think he made the correct decision to just go active with d4. And the problem for me is I can't really be greedy here. Like, let's imagine I tried to take the pawn, and then d3, and then all of a sudden I might actually be in big trouble with all his pieces are aiming at my king. So I do have to be a bit careful. I can't just go pawn grabbing right away. So yeah, I plan to go queen b5 here, just keeping an eye on the d3 square, so there are no tricks, and still targeting all the pawns. But here I think he found a clever resource, queen f5. And it felt like white should be slightly better here somehow, but I couldn't exactly figure out how. I mean, again, I can't really take on b7 because of rook b8. I considered all sorts of ideas, like even a4 here, to try to get some position with my bishop on c6. I thought could be a bit annoying for him. But even if I got this far, if he just doubles on the d file, I still think he's defending his weakness pretty well, and there's not really a way for me to break through here.
Yeah, and it feels like maybe black might be playing for a little bit more there.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so I decided to take go bishop d5 and rook d1, which was sort of like the safe option. And the idea is that, okay, this is very close to a draw, but I think he still has some problems to solve because he does have some weaknesses. So the logical move to try to simplify will be bishop e6. But then I can take, and this endgame I think is actually not so easy for black because it's not so easy for him to defend the pawn. And after some move, I'm going rook b1, and the rook's coming to the 7th rank. And with the two rooks sort of hitting all the weaknesses, I think this is actually not so easy for him to defend.
Yeah, you're probably pushing for a win there.
So I think he made the correct decision to go rook b4, a3, rook a4. It looks weird trapping his own rook, but I do have to defend a3. And after e4, I think here practically he made... Okay, bishop e6 is fine. I mean, okay, here I think bishop d7 was the best, the cleanest defense. The idea being now if I go rook d3 to defend the pawn, he has bishop b5, followed by bishop c4, sort of simplifying. And I think that was sort of the cleanest way for him to make a draw. I think bishop e6 is still okay after rook d3, but I think here practically he made a huge mistake. I know the computer says it's still a draw, but I think here he has to take on d5 and play something like rook d8. And okay, obviously he was afraid of rook e4 and I'm going to win the pawn. But this endgame, I mean, with an extra pawn that's blockaded after king e7, he really shouldn't have any trouble here. But it's king on d6, he can always defend a5 pretty easily, and I don't really have a way to break through here. So I think that was sort of the simplest way to draw. I think he figured that probably any move here draws, and he was trying to play the most accurate way.
That makes sense.
But after rook d8, I can take on e6 and go... Because, okay, he was probably anticipating rook d1, takes, and then we'll draw. And then, okay, he moves rook somewhere. But after take rook c1, it's actually kind of difficult for him now because his rook is boxed in, and if he ever wants to get his rook out, it'll take him a few moves to counter and hit my pawn, and by then I'm already creating threats against his king. So I started with rook c, so he goes rook d7 because, I mean, if he gives me a move to rook c7, I think he's in big trouble. Like, he has to watch out for rook f3, rook f7 always. So rook d7, rook c6, and now e5. And yeah, I mean, the problem for him is that he can't really go after my pawns. He doesn't have time because rook b7, I can already go rook d6. He has to worry about this. If you imagine something like this with check and rook a1, like, already has to watch out for threats against his king. I don't know if this, but okay, here this he can take this, but he has to watch out for all these ideas against with starting with rook f3 check. My rook just sort of swarming his king at this point. So he sensed that he needs to. So if he gives me a few moves here, my plan is pretty simple. I'm gonna put my king on e4, start pushing f4, g4, and break through on the king side.
Yeah, and just start marching him forward.
So intuitively, I think he made like a logical choice, which is to go g5 and g4 as quickly as possible to shut out my king. But I think already here he's in big trouble after rook b3. I'm not sure objectively what the best way to draw is. I thought maybe he had this interesting move king g6 here. Just stacking a pawn, because if I take, then the king gets in. I have to be careful not to lose now if he marches his d pawn down. So I was going to play g4 here, just keeping his king out. And these lines are kind of weird. Like, he can go king g5, I'll take. But it feels like he should have enough counterplay to make a draw here. After takes, let's say rook e6, he can go rook e7. Like, I can win the pawn, for example. But at the end of the day, like, he can always simplify all the pawns, and I'm pretty sure this should be.
Oh yeah, g5 is what I missed. Yeah, that's nice.
So yeah, I think like he needed the sense that now is the time he needs to just sack the e-pawn and go for active counterplay. Otherwise, he's going to be suffering here, because I think he counted on the fact that my king would be kind of like wouldn't really have a good way to get in at this point, and he's going to go rook b5 next, creating his own counterplay. But I think the detail he missed about all these lines is after rook b3, he's not in time to create counterplay with his d-pawn, because after check king g3, I have this cool move king e3. And his king's just stuck in a mating net because I'm taking rook f6 is basically unstoppable.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I think he probably counted on the fact that I can't really be greedy because his king will come in and then I have to watch out for the d-pawn. But he probably missed his king e3 resource for a few moves back. And if he can't go d3, then what does he do? Well, okay, I'm threatening this rook b7. And how does he actually get out of this? If he goes rook d7, which is a logical defense, now I have f5. And this is a fork. And if he goes passive like this, at minimum I can play king e2. And long
then
term,
you're just pushing
the
the king in,
pawn
yeah.
on f6. I think there's no way for him to hold this, because there are a lot of situations where like we can get this rook hanging with even pawns, but like he can even win the h pawn on a lot of lines. But with my passed pawn on f6, and I always have rook c7, rook e7 ideas, his pawns are always gonna be way too slow. So he tried king e7 to meet rook b7 and rook d7. But now after rook b6 takes, this endgame is forced, and this should be winning for white, but there's still some technical difficulties because I can't really push f5 yet because of rook f3 check. He started with h5 to defend g4, king e2, now I am threatening f5. And I think it's already not too easy for him to defend, because the problem for him is that, let's say he plays a waiting move like king e6. A cool line is if I try to be greedy and just push my pawns immediately, my rook is actually terribly placed on f6. He can start with his own counterplay and keep sort of shouldering my king. And I think he'll probably have some sort of perpetual check here. Let me think. I think like, yeah, like let's say he just moves a rook. And where exactly do I go with my king? Like if I go here, he takes, again threatening mate. And if I go this way, now he moves. And let's say rook e2 to stop my e-pawn, and then king b3 is a threat. I'm getting mated. So I can't really let his king in, so the direct win doesn't work. Luckily, I have this rook d3 move to try to get my king into the game. And even though I'm sacking h2, my pawns are way too fast here. So I'm pretty sure this is winning for white. But okay, I see now the computer says that it's only plus 1.7, whatever that means. So maybe black has some sort of miracle defense. But I mean, we were both already really low on time. So
at this point, you guys were like all playing off increment.
But he did go h4, which I think made it really tricky after takes rook h3. And the idea is he's just trying to simplify all the pawns. And the thing is, I can't really push that easily because he still goes rook f3. And after check king e6, my pawns are blockaded. So I think I found a clever move here, king f2. Just so that if he ever moves his rook off the third rank, now my king gets in, and this should just be winning. So he sort of waits king e6, check, I repeat first, gain some time, and then king g2. And the thing is, now he needs to stop my f pawn, so he doesn't have time to push his own pawn. So rook f3, rook d4, and yeah, I have a pretty simple plan. I'm just going to use my h pawn as a distraction for his rook, and then push my f pawn. And if his rook ever leaves the third rank to take my h pawn, I can also bring my king up to g3. And once my king joins the game and joins with these 2 pawns, it's going to be game over. So his only chance is to keep my king stuck on the second rank and then blockade my pawns. So he goes king e6 again, just trying to keep the blockade. And now h5. And yeah, the problem for him now is that, again, like let's say he goes rook back to h3, check, and then h6. And at some point, like I'm going to use this pawn as a distraction, and then my king's going to come in, and I'm going to stop his a pawn with my rook. So he needs to keep sort of blockading my pawns with king f5. But then I found this cool idea, which I saw from a few moves back, h6. And because I think I actually need this resource, otherwise it's not really clear how I proceed. h6, rook h3, and now rook d6. And yeah, I mean, my threat is just rook f6 and e6, so he has to try taking, and then e6, take e7. And this is a pretty cool idea. It's kind of funny, like, I don't know if you do chess tempo tactics, but you get a lot of ridiculous like rook endgames and chess tempo puzzles that I always see. I'm like, okay, when am I gonna need to calculate like some crazy line in a rook endgame where you sack?
Yeah, where you sack your rook just to
like,
promote.
okay, I think I've done enough of these, and I get this in a game with 30 seconds left, and I'm like, I know what I'm doing now. I've been training for this my whole life.
I've been waiting.
Exactly, I've been waiting. So he tries taking, and what's funny is that in this sort of endgame, like there's some positions where my king is stuck on the e file and the rook cuts off my king. It's actually some kind of weird fortress. But with my king on g2, it's always gonna be winning. Because I can go h3 and win queen versus rook, but I didn't trust myself to actually win queen versus rook. So I found the clever idea of just belonging him here. And the point is that if he can't move his rook along the 5th rank, because I'll fork him. And if he goes to f3, I have this cool move h4. And he can't take because his rook is hanging, and otherwise queen g5 is mate. Or if this, then queen h7 is mate.
Yeah, that was
so he played king g6, but now my king gets in with tempo, and then I'm going to block the pawn. It's game over.
Man, that's always a good way to do it. That's going to put you at 6.5.
Yep.
Yeah, 6.5, and that's clear first. 6.5 for $6,000 first place. It's a big bag. I know you're pretty excited about that.
Of course.
Coming into St. Louis, taking home the prize. Feels amazing. Brandon, thank you so much for coming on the show, and thank you so much for showing us an amazing game.
Thank you.
Wow, that was a great interview. Very exciting, very exciting interview. Thanks for bringing that interview to us, Jacob, and congratulations once again to Brandon Jacobson for not accepting the draw at move whatever that move was when his opponent played a5.
Yeah,
and
it's tough. He's playing somebody who's 50 points higher rated. With the white pieces, his opponent gives him an easy way out. Tied first, probably. At the worst case, tied first.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I want to play for a win.
Yeah,
And he does it.
That was impressive, and he took us through the game. He also let us know, because we had the question about queen d2, and I don't think Jacob was told that we really wanted that answer, but we got it from Brandon. Congratulations once again, 6.5, and winning the event. Sole winner,
Yeah,
$6,000.
Let's take a look at the final standings and see where everybody ended up. So Grandmaster Brandon Jacobson, of course, clear first with 6.5. There is a, what is that? A four-way tie? Okay, four-way tie on 6 points for second place, and those players are Christopher Wu, Nicholas Theodorou, who had to take a bye to play for St. Louis today in the Pro Chess League, Mikhail Antipov, and Raja Harshit, all on 6 points.
Raja probably maybe a little bit unhappy about his decision of taking a draw earlier in the game, where he still had chances to press on the young Grandmaster Christopher Yu. And as you said, unfortunately for Nicholas, he had to take a bye to play in the Pro Chess League. Mikhail Antipov was not part of the pack, but he won a nice game against Aram Hakobyan to catch up and share second. And then we have quite a number of players sharing 6th place. Those players, once again, congratulations to Brandon Jacobson winning 1st place with and taking home $6,000.
Yeah.
Not bad for a five grueling days. He had a tough start, but he came back.
$6,000 for 5 days of work. Not such a bad payday.
That's right.
But right after this tournament, there's a tournament immediately starting afterwards, which is the American Cup.
Coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, from March 17th through 26th. And we actually have a preview as to who's going to be playing in that tournament and what the brackets are. So for the first time ever, we will be saying tomorrow In the overall section, Nakamura is playing against Sevian, Aronian's playing against Dominguez, So is playing against Shankland, and Caruana is playing against Robson. So if you're interested in seeing that, definitely tune in tomorrow. Around
1 p.m. And I actually felt really sad when I just received this message because, as I was telling you guys earlier, I'm actually I'm deciding whom I'm rooting for, Aronian or Sevian, but they might be facing each other in round 2.
Yeah.
The time control for that tournament is going to be 90 minutes with the 30 seconds increment. Mm-hmm. And then in the second bracket, in the loser's bracket, if you lose the match, then they're going to play faster time controls, 25 minutes games. Also, it's important to note that this is the first time we are actually announcing these pairings. Mm-hmm. So they are live. We don't know the colors yet for the first round. Mm-hmm. Those are going to be drawn at the opening ceremony later tonight. Mm-hmm. Let's see in the ladies section. So we have Irina Krush facing Tatev Abrahamian. Gurubegim Torhirzhonova is playing against Katerina Nemtsova. Anna Zatonsky is facing Nazi Paikidze, and Alice Lee is facing Atusa Purkashian. So those are going to be the brackets, guys. I cannot wait for the American Cup to start tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed our show for the St. Louis Super Swiss. It was wonderful doing commentary with you,
it was a pleasure.
Julian, and thank you all for joining us on our Twitch and YouTube pages. Stay tuned for the American Cup tomorrow around 1 p.m. Central Time. Bye for now.
Have a good one.
The St. Louis Chess Club's 2023 chess season launches in March for the second annual American Cup. World-class chess masters will gather in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, to compete in a double elimination tournament for a combined $300,000 in prizes. We will cover all the action live from the World Chess Hall of Fame from March 17th through March 26th. Tune in for the best game in chess streaming live. For more information, visit uschesschamps.com.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.